Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Check it. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You are feeling sleepy. Under deep hypnosis, I'm the composer, master of the opus. Mind on cruise control, lost all focus. Puppet masters love pulling strings, herding the sheeple by selling dreams. You have to be asleep to live the American theme. They create the problem, then deliver the solution. Profit of both ends, all we fought for the illusion. The government are all one, but promote to divide. Walk right into the trap cause most people are blind. They can't see the plan has conquered the mind. While we sit here and argue, we can't get back time. History stays relevant, destroying our future. Self-destruction has become part of the culture, while the rich feed off the dead like vultures. No more hibernation, awoke to sleep the giant. For the ripple through the system, awakening the vibrant. I'm the alkaline of water, Poseidon with the trident. Bitch.
I came on the beat.
H-O-T-C, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. H-O-T-C, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. H-O-T-C, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. H-O-T-C, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. My ideology is just an idea of the shit I run like diarrhea, waking up non-believers. And I'm not talking about Jesus neither. I got my dad and my mother's features. I use my nose to measure evil, the treasure keeper. My mind thoughts measure deeper but higher than Ebenezer. Weapon squeezer, lesson teacher. I've risen from what's left from reefer. You can feel the chakras forming space right between us. I travel veins, and the ending's just beginning. Now we need ventilation just to walk the nation. We facing elimination. I'm looking at this shit sideways. Now we witnessing tidal waves. Mass destruction. Mother Earth going to war against the wrong people. Praying's out of the question, we had our chance to. And everything you read in Revelations is gonna come true. I speak in tongues, come from worlds beyond this atmosphere. Writing hieroglyphics, a descendant, building a pyramid with my brain. Like them Egyptians, the core of my mind enables me to travel back in time. You know the body stopped, but the soul will never die. 2,000 years ago, I was here, but in a different life.
What's good, everyone? Kimbo, Lonnie, Christos. What is good? We just finally got some snow yesterday. Actually, a lot of snow. Right? All this money that's paid for this fucking a signal. I found this channel. This guy, he'd be exploring abandoned mansions and underground tunnels in Chicago. Makes me want to explore. But you need a gun to do that shit. You never know what you're gonna come face to face with. Let's see. Got some pictures here of a lot of these, you know, stuff they were finding that was hidden. And look at this fucking, I know the picture's small. The before and after. They had to rebuild some of this because it just don't line up. I thought this picture was that, but I don't know. Kind of looks like it. Katy Perry. Man, that chick got money, or that man. Oh, I know what this one is. This picture goes with, where is it? Don't tell me. I know. I have the, here it is. That picture is this right here. Cleaned out. I got so many of these things, man. They tell us, like this, I don't know how real this is. Somebody like sees a dragon. I think they have a case of pareidolia. Where the hell is the mountain that was behind that top picture? That's my question. I mean, look at the top picture, man. Like, what the fuck came through there? (1905) 2018. Imagine clearing these out. I mean, they had to fix some of this one. Divergent said some of these could have been landing pads. It's a pretty good, like this one. Not the big one, but all the little ones could have been landing pads. And that's interesting because I never heard nobody say that. I bet you Africa used to have some of the most dopest architecture, and that whole desert there was destroyed. I can't wait till the summertime to hook up my solar death ray and start melting rocks with it. Now this picture shows how they changed and added 1,000 years. Because these people be fronting, writing history. Now I don't know if this picture is real. Pareidolia is when, let's say you're staring at sun for a long period of time. That's what they say when you turn a mountain sideways. People say, oh, that's pareidolia. There's no Titan heads. You're just staring at the picture too long and you start to see things that aren't there. That's pareidolia. Peace, Chief 18 Wheels. Hold on a Divergent. Yeah, I've been telling people to go to his channel. He's like one of the few channels left that pump out good stuff. It's worth watching because, you know, he's straight up, and his what's the word I'm looking for? Sarcasm is off the hook. And yeah, I got this 7-mile bridge. I seen this guy showed a picture this I watched this morning. He's like, and this is the picture of that shows the curvature. I started laughing. I like this picture because it shows the Chicago fire of 1871, and then it shows that 2001 fire. Same thing. Now, where the heck was this building? And I mean, this place is buried in mud, just like this place. Man. $18.51, 2021. Yeah, I agree with this guy. Space meteors, that's funny. Yeah, they're always, there's tons of pictures that show stuff buried. Wait a minute, didn't I just show this picture? Yeah, right here. But this picture, where's the curvature on this picture? 7-mile bridge. Yep. Yeah. He does always say, and you decide. That's why I tell people, do some research. Or search. And then research. And re-research. And then you still have to question what you research because, you know, the internet is totally a controlled opposition. You know, a lot of these CIA documents on like alien crafts and aliens, it makes me think, you know, who put that shit out to back up their agenda? Because I ain't buying none of it. Well, I'm going to give about 15 minutes, see who comes, and then I'm going to go to plan B. Hopefully, the laptop will be on point. Hope I put the right, alright. Day after day, shitty. Holy shit. Out of the depths of hell. No. What's up, you know who?
What's up? Been busy.
I figured.
Shit wasn't getting done, so I needed to take.
You know the saying, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself.
I guess not necessarily right, but it's done anyway.
Man, all this stuff it's always overseas they find. See, at least overseas they'll put pictures out. You know, I have yet to see in the United States where, you know, they dig doing construction and find stuff like this. If they do, they won't say none for the most part.
Makes you ask questions when you see things like that. That last one looked pretty good.
This one?
Yeah, goddamn.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where this is. I
saw
think it's like
I saw
Midwest.
a video like people saying that like all these old mud flood pictures are photoshopped, but I don't think some of them maybe, but this looks real to me.
Yeah. Some are. They probably are some Photoshop. I wouldn't doubt that. Like this one right here. You know, I don't know. They could have added in the Zeppelins.
Yeah, that Zeppelin looks a little bit so stupid. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Because I've seen like the Zeppelins when they pull up to a building. That's how they used to get in and out. But some of them do look photoshopped. Like
The top one
just don't add up.
doesn't look real. The bottom one maybe. I think this is just like a postcard that they made for like tourists.
I like these pictures.
Holy shit. So they did repair it a little bit. Okay. These are like entrances to the underground world, you know.
That's why I think
always,
they don't knock them down.
You know, one of the things that I realized, like they always show you like all these they built this stuff like in the middle of nowhere. Like how did they get there? But people don't realize they came from underneath the earth. You know, they built things from underneath, you know, to the top, to the outside world, not the other way around.
That's very possible. Huh. That would make sense. When people say, well, how did they get... I actually didn't think that. Like, if you had underground tunnels, you could transfer granite. It'd be so much easier because you're not going through mountains.
When Solomon was building the temple with the help of the demons, they were making melting the stone underneath the ground. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I had a picture of that thing. It was a gift. It reminded me of a Bohr machine, but it looked like that submarine that the millionaire went in. I gotta pull that up. That picture of that thing. It was gifted from a demon. I forgot what it was called, but I showed a picture of it because someone had compared it to not millionaires, the billionaires who went in that tin can. Like idiots.
To the bottom, the ones that died.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only are they trying to get through the dome, well, I say dome, the bubble, the sphere that surrounds us. On the top, you know, they're sending rockets down, but they're also sending these submarines down because they also discovered that at the bottom of the ocean, there's also a field that they can't penetrate. They can see the other side, just like the on top, but they cannot get through it. If you look
Here it is.
On
Shamir.
YouTube, it's like oceans underneath the ocean or something, of water underneath the ocean or something. You'll find it.
Yeah, there's tons of they got people looking up instead of under the ground and out and about. They got everyone thinking we got to go up and out of here to find more stuff.
Looking everywhere except where we need to.
Here's the picture right here. This is the demons, or a demon gifted Solomon this thing, which, like you said, melts crystal, stone, anything.
Ein Wurm der Stein frisst, whatever that means, or frisst. Stein frisst. So it says a worm der, that means like of Stein, stain, frisst. I don't know what that frisst, what that means, but clearly this is like a living boring machine or what?
Yeah, a boring machine. That's what I was thinking.
It's like,
of course, they got to make it look like a maggot or a worm or something.
It makes me think about Lord of the Rings. Like with Sauron, he also uses like these worms to dig tunnels through the earth so the armies can move underground away from the sun and stuff like that.
Peace Lapis Blue and Mike. Oh man, I'm trying to think if the Z silent. Zunic.
What's up, everybody in the chat?
You know how to say this last name? Zunic. Mike Zunic? Would the D be silent?
Zdunik.
Zudnik.
No, it's Polish. Or Polish or...
Zudnik.
Yeah, I said it right. Oh,
So
peace, face plant. I forgot to even let you on here.
So you pronounce the D and the U backwards, or what?
No, he said it's Zunic. He said,
Zudnik.
yeah. Zudnik. It's Croatian. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I worked with guys from the Balkans and Kazakhstan. And it's like some of them can't say some letters. Like one guy couldn't make a V sound. Like the one guy's name was Vukovic, and he's going Vukovic. He's making a W sound, Vukovic. And then the guys from Kazakhstan, they don't have W in their alphabet, and they're going, "What the fuck is W?"
It's a W.
This is likely
So
like a piece of a giant. This, like a piece of a bone or something.
Yeah, might even be an eyeball.
That's what that's what Roger says from Mudfossil University, that's you know, like a ball joint. But I heard Divergent say and show that they could be fossilized or mud fossil giant fruits from these giant trees that used to be here.
Sure.
Some of them could be. Because they got them on this island. And they're not allowed to, like, break them or touch them. They're, like, sacred. Some of them...
Yeah, because if someone figures out what it is...
You see on the left? You see on the left, there's another one.
Oh, yeah, it's covered in grass.
Usually they're like, there's this probably is like a layer of skin or something. It has these balls in it. Like the Mud Fossil University guy, he talked about this before. So if you see one of them, you usually find more of them. And it's like an entire field, probably, like a layer, basically a skin. This is basically a skin layer that we're seeing.
Yeah, I have some good pictures of these, but I gotta find them.
Hey, you know those Olmec heads? Those giant Olmec heads?
Yeah, yeah.
I think they're actual giants and not a statue.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, because
you know, like the Buddhist monks used to.
You can see the texture of the skin and everything.
Huh.
Yeah, and even like it's all petrified. You can even see they still have their helmet on. They're I think they were like some kind of Nephilim.
Well, I know a lot of these billionaires are like Zuckerberg and them. They're making underground mansions and stuff.
I haven't heard or seen much about the World Train since Mike Morales passed away. He's saying
the World Train?
The World Train. Search it.
Yeah, I have a map. I have a map of I was going from website to website to website, and this website had it says it's for the future. So I found two of them. I got a map from like 2003 and one that's present. It's the same but updated, and they're trying to say this is future plans to make trains that go all from every continent, islands, and all this stuff. But I think, like you know who said, these ancient or pyramids, whatever you want to call them. I think a lot of them are connected all around this realm. Even in cities. I watched this channel where this guys and his friends, they go to Chicago and New York, and they go underground searching these tunnels.
Hey, listen, I was working, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was working at the university, at some buildings at the university, and this electrician I was working with, he had to join a lodge before he could go work in the underground tunnels. Like there's old tunnels everywhere, so he had to join a Mason's lodge to actually go into those tunnels.
Yeah, so I want to speak about it too.
Yeah, sworn to secrecy. Like there is tunnels all over the place.
Yeah. I don't think there's any in my city, but in the bigger city there might be. I want to find them.
I think there definitely is, Chuck. There has to be.
Rainbow body monks. Monks are peaceful people, but they'll whoop your ass.
And apparently there's these tunnels there 700 feet underground, and they're super high speed, and they're wondering why Nancy Pelosi can be in Washington one hour, and then in a couple hours she's in California.
Say that again. Say that again, Lonnie. Can't hear you. Damn. We got to figure out what's up with Lonnie's stuff here. You're on your laptop. Go ahead, Faceplant. Finish what you were saying about the underground. Uh-oh. Did we lose both of them?
Maybe. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, apparently there is underground tunnels around. Like, how do these politicians get from Washington to California like in a couple hours?
Yeah, for sure. They have all sorts of underground bases and connections to everywhere. Like,
and I'm sure you've seen the giant Chinese boring machine. It's like, I've seen pictures of it online. The huge machine.
The U.S. Not the Navy, but the Air Force has boring machines as well. They have their own. They have an whole division for boring tunnels.
I have pictures of some of these underground bases, man, and the ceilings are real high. Like, it looks like giants walk under there. It makes people look tiny. That's how big some of these
Underground submarine bases and stuff like that. The Russians used to have that during the Cold War, you know.
And the Germans.
Yeah, probably.
Man. The heck?
Anyway, my joint is finished, so I'm gonna get back to work. Just wanted to let you guys know I'm still alive.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened.
I'll be back.
All right.
See you later.
Peace, you know.
Who.
Are you working hard or hardly working? You ain't done yet? Honey. I would pull up the map, but I would have to switch over. It's on my laptop pictures. So, big baby Jesus, I can't wait.
Yeah. I'm fucking with the background, bro. And also the little logo thing up top with the faces. That shit's tight. I'm definitely gonna have to do something like that on my own channel. Find some moving backgrounds.
Yeah, they're GIFs, GIF, but that's something file. I don't even know what it means.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what a GIF is. A gift or a GIF? Huh.
Yeah, I've gotten used to it being GIF. But I know some people will say GIF.
Like Jiffy.
Almost like the peanut butter.
Huh.
What's it stand for anyway?
I have no clue. Something
What?
file.
Oh, gee, you know, I'm gonna look that up right now.
What do you think about?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about these underground tunnels?
Honestly, I'm glad you guys are talking about it. I haven't heard people talk about that stuff in a while. And it's no doubt a reality. Unfortunately, it's like one of those things, though, that's easy to forget about. You know, out of sight, out of mind. There's a lot of this fuckery going on the surface these days, you know, we can see, but like, yeah, sometimes even the aware ones, per se, can lose sight of what's right under their feet and what's being developed down there. And there's something really odd about it for sure. You all were just talking about the boring machines. It's interesting because I've heard things, and this is just, I guess, hearsay, but Navy intelligence and quote unquote Air Force intelligence, they seem to be like the more secretive, branches of government and military. And it made me think of Bro Sanchez and how he was in the Air Force, and I'm not saying anything like he's a plant or whatever, but I could see how maybe people would make connections and assume that someone's talking about all this esoteric and occultic knowledge, and just because you're a military police in the Air Force, it doesn't mean like you sold out, and that's this, that's when discernment comes in, because I see some people out here still. It's like if a number is mentioned and it's 33 or some other double digit, like people start looking at them sideways. And it's like, we got to take a step back, and maybe Bro Sanchez was in some lodge or whatever. But as far as I know, he isn't connected with any of that. But I know some people stopped fucking with him when he kind of started bringing that shit up and looked at him sideways like, was this dude in Air Force intelligence? Where'd he get all this information and knowledge? Because usually the type of stuff that Bro Sanchez is talking,
it's even better, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Everything's so compartmentalized, would be compartmentalized in the military. So the grunt on the ground doesn't even know what he's doing, really. He just, like the grunt on the ground doesn't know the big plan. He's not meant to.
No doubt.
You can't call no one a rat or anything unless you have hardcore evidence. And people were just saying stuff about him. They didn't even know him personally. I never paid no mind to that, but like you said, even if he was in the lodge and stuff, that's even better, because then you could get more information.
You don't have to compromise yourself. There are people that have made podcasts. This guy NY Patriot and whoever else, the Occult Rejects. I don't really follow them anymore, but I know there's people out there like them that they self-admittedly, they were curious and they just wanted to see what it was about, and they got to a certain level and they didn't keep going because they saw where it was going, and it is on that weird shit that you're going to have to do something at some point. You want to get higher, that's going to disagree with your soul at a deep level. And that's what these guys were talking about. Like getting naked and shit in front of everyone else and like telling some deep, dark secret, like these different things we hear about the Masonic lodges. There is something to that. I've heard people from the Order of the Golden Dawn, or no, the OTO. I'm sorry, not the Order of the Golden Dawn. And Bex was on my stream the other day, and she brought Mental Ninja. I forgot about him. I haven't seen him on any streams in a while. But yeah, he still is in the OTO, and he's got a lot of shit to offer. I never looked at that dude like, oh, he's an agent or anything because he's in a lodge. So, and you know, funny enough, and I'll end it here after this. I've actually heard Bro Sanchez, you know, getting all tripped out because Sir Drop and others were connected with what is it, House of True Consciousness, HOTC. And like, there's like Masons in that group or whatever. And anyway, I don't know all the details, but it's just funny how people will cast these assertions. And it's like, whether someone's in a lodge or not, you know, yeah, someone could be a certain level in. That doesn't mean they're completely compromised. So yeah, shit's dynamic more often than not, and it requires discernment. And Base Plant's right. You know, things are compartmentalized. The grunt's not going to know on the ground. I agree.
Even religion does a good job of blinding people to the point where everything's demonized, so they don't even know about symbols and all this stuff. They won't even look into it because they're afraid, and that's the point. That's their whole mission, is to keep people as dumb as possible.
You ever wonder why some of these music artists, like, the look in their eyes, they look creeped out?
Yeah, they look dead.
This has been going on for decades, if not at least a century, with the music industry and the media and controlling the population. So any big artist who gets a record deal has to be compromised. He has to participate or observe some real creep shit to get that contract.
I've heard some crazy shit where, you know, I can't say that word, but they would do stuff to artists, get them all drugged up or drunk, or do stuff to them, record it, and then play that at their contract and, you know, say, you don't sign this contract, this low ball ass contract, we're going to put this video out. They always blackmail people, and not always, but they do it to people to get what they want. That's why you gotta play chess. Don't move stupid. Peace, Gabriel.
That was well said, Charles. You know, don't go against that deep, you know, heart level, soul level, conscientious part of yourself. That when people start offering you type shit, you know, you gotta be fucking strong in your fucking principles and know what you're about. You know, and shifty people that don't stand for shit or don't know themselves are the ones that are easily given over to that shit. You know, like truly living out these programs of vice in this world, man. Anyway, I'm doing a couple things. Y'all got it.
Like that chip they want to put in the brain. I wonder how many people have already got it. You know, if they're talking about it, it's been probably well tested. That's what word I was tested on people already. And people probably got it.
Remember that song, I Don't Like Mondays?
What was that? I don't like what?
I Don't Like Mondays. It's like from 30 years ago or something. It's the silicon chip inside our heads gets switched to overload, and nobody's gonna go to school today. She's gonna make them stay at home.
That's crazy you say that, Faceplant, because I seen a video this morning where they asked this murderer, this lady, and she goes, "Why did you do it?" And she said, "Because I just don't like Mondays." That's crazy you said that. I watched it this morning. I don't like Mondays.
I don't like Monday. I want to shoot the whole day down. That's the words of the song.
That's twisted, man, because it's like, that's probably some like knowingly sociopathic, psychopathic person that they know if they give an answer like that, it's just going to make the person scratch their head even more. Like, really? What is this person saying right now? Because it's Monday?
It's the boom bap is band, and that's Bob Geldof, and he's got to be one of the most satanic motherfuckers out there. He did that. I'm not sure if it was Don't They Know It's Christmas or something about the children, like the fundraising bullshit that they were doing. Yeah, Bob Geldof, the Boomtown Rats. He was also the character in the Pink Floyd movie The Wall. And there's a reason why they pick these certain people to play these roles, to sing these songs and play these actor roles. They're just like, they can't tell the public what's going on because they're compromised. They had to do something really perverted or even kill somebody to get that contract.
Gabriel said the school is about the song is about a school. That's why it's I Don't Like Mondays.
Oh, okay. So there was something I was missing there for a second, I guess. I don't know the exact video. Yeah, go ahead, Faceplant.
I think the song is about a girl who took a guy to school, and
that's not good.
That was like way back around 1980. Like it had to be about 40 years ago when that song came out. It was before Pink Floyd, The Wall, and the Boomtown Rats. They were their Irish band.
What the hell? You only dropped the link on one channel? What's going on here? Oh, there it is.
What a name. Boomtown Rats.
Huh.
That's trolly.
Yeah, I seen you in live the other day, Chris. When was it?
Yeah, because I had to finally start doing it, man. I switched jobs recently. I stopped working for a delivery service and started a new one, so it kind of caused a hiccup right at the end of the year. But I'm doing good now, and yeah, man, I'm gonna try to do another one later today.
That's good.
And you guys were talking about that song. It makes me think of the Pumped Up Kicks song. It's kind of a similar thing. It was basically a song about school shootings, or this kid that wanted to go shoot up the school. Is what the song was about, and became very controversial. Back in the late 90s or 2000s. I wonder why.
Do you ever think like, if I think some of them were bullshit and some are real, but the real ones makes me think, why would a student do that? What happened to that student that requires him or her to do that? Which is probably a him, but right out of all things to pick, makes me think.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, bro, I think it's literally some type of spiritual possession that happens. Whether that's the psychotropic meds is that they always bring up that has to do with a person that goes and does the shooting. They're on a bunch of stuff and they're already unhinged. Yeah, go ahead.
Talk about predictive programming. Like,
yeah, totally.
40 years ago, listening to that song and knowing there was some weird truth to it about the silicon chip inside your head get switched to overload. It was so weird listening to it and kind of knowing that that's going to be the future.
Check.
It's like
check it again.
Like I remember a song by the band called Asia. I'm not sure what the name of the song was, but the words were, they recommended euthanasia for non-conformers everywhere. And that was about 40 years ago too. And it just, that one line in the song just stuck with me. It's like, wow.
Word. Yeah, Lonnie, try it again, because
you guys can't hear me.
Yeah, you're not. No, we hear you, but you're kind of crackling a little bit. Give us another check.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to be on here, guys.
You starting to say
You know, this targeting shit is real, and I'm not going to get into
Shapeshift.
And it's yeah.
Yeah, they're really messing with your sound.
Well, dude, we'll pay over $100 a month for high-speed internet. Okay.
We can still hear you. Keep talking. It starts crackling every couple like 5 to 10 seconds a little bit. But it's not a big deal. We want to hear you.
Well, anyway, I'm actually outer, which really shouldn't make a difference because I have data on my phone. Anyway, things have really only just happened to me. It's happening for circularity illumination as well. So him and I converse quite a bit. So we go through the same thing. I mean, it's pretty green, but I don't know how much you guys know about this. You know, it's a bunch of bullshit, but it is what it is. And why they go after specific, individuals is beyond me. But they do not want us to be heard. And if we are heard, we're to be discredited and basically made to look like we're crazy. Which I could give a fuck less who thinks I'm crazy, because opinions are like acid. Definitely not going to win a popularity contest. But yeah, speaking about Divergent, yeah, he's put out a lot of content over the weekend. Actually, thanks to you, Chuck, put me on to him, because he's definitely got a lot of neat stuff to look at. And if anybody out there in the chat hasn't checked him out, please do so, because I'm not trying to promote his channel or anything, but you might want to check it out. It's definitely some eye-opening stuff on there. But how are you guys doing?
Sorry about that.
Am I not being heard again?
We could hear you. It's a little raspy though. Peace, Marcel.
You can't hear me? Hey, Marcel.
Yeah, we could hear you.
But if it gets too bad, Chuck, and I happen to drop off, I'm always, trying to check out when you're on.
It is pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm just.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, I think I'm just back out. I'm going to screw your stream up, and I'll just listen.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that.
I'll participate
I
in
can't
chat.
think of why.
It sounds like the same issue.
I told you why.
Michigander was having the same issue this morning. It sounded the same.
Yeah. Do you go to other platforms? Does it have the same?
Well, I think he's a target too, man. Yes. Same problem. I'm gonna turn my camera on, man. I want to show you my.
He's tried that, Gabriel, plenty of times. He's
man.
And he didn't always sound like this.
I've got high-speed internet.
Huh. And you're using headphones? You know,
No,
it could be many
I'm
things.
using my phone now. I can't even use my laptop. Yeah, they're jamming my signals. What they're doing, it's what it is, man.
Yeah, it's like interference for sure.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
It makes all sorts of sounds, like.
Yeah.
Gabriel said, "Try coming in and out."
Yeah.
He's tried that plenty of times.
See, I've even got on TV. Yeah, I got my laptop here, you know. I mean, I've done everything. I mean, it's repetitive, you know what I mean?
But yeah, Lonnie, I feel you on the frequency attacks. I was getting them really bad for years. It's not so bad right now. I don't know why, but I'm saying you're gonna be okay.
Talk again.
I mean,
I took the reduced mic background noise off.
For me, the worst is over with the frequency attacks.
I think we learned to transmute it.
Yeah, the interference is gone. Actually sounds much better.
Because we're stronger.
How do you think they interfere, these people?
Well, it's definitely got a lot to do with maybe their stingray devices they use. I can hear, you can't hear, but I can hear that there's like some type of generator generating some type of energy, and it's hard to explain, Charles. You'd have to be here, and I mean, this shit's been happening to me for a couple of years, so I isolate what's what and I identify it, and the sounds that I can identify, I kind of narrow it down to hearing specific sounds on a daily basis and places that I go. It's a really, really strange experience, man. And me talking about it makes it sound even stranger. But if you're an active, non-voluntary victim / participant in this program, you learn to identify certain things. Everything that a lot of people would think is normal isn't so normal to myself. What you might look at once, I might look at 5 times.
You're not crazy,
but
bro. You're not crazy.
I can spot this shit.
I'm telling you now.
Yeah, I can spot this shit a mile away, man. And the thing is, I'm way ahead mentally, and I mean this in this specific way, is I'm way ahead of the game because the knowledge that I have and the knowledge of, say, a target for 20 years, I've then surpassed that because this shit's consumed me, man. It's destroyed my life. I mean, I've lost everything, man. And I really don't give a shit because I don't care about material things anyway. But the world we thought we knew, it doesn't exist, man. And if people don't realize that now, they never will. If you're not awake, you'll never be awake.
It's an illusion.
Yes, and it's like a fucking computer game, man. It only you'll only see as far as your eyes will see, and then anything after that is not even constructed. I've seen it materialize one morning out in the country when I was, because I'm in the city. I'm in Indianapolis, Indiana, and dead in the city, man. You know, I got a city bus running, 70 feet from my door, so I'm not out in the sticks. Used to be when I was with Phil, but I'm not now. So there's no reason for me not to have internet. Bro, I have better internet out there than I do here. You know what I mean? And the only thing that Phil and I had was a mobile, like the pocket internet. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all we had out there, man. And I miss being out there because the targeting is so much severe in town than it is out in the rural areas. There really is no off grid. You can't go off grid. The only thing that you can do is get rid of all smart devices, any kind of electronics, but you'll still be found, man, and you'll still be targeted.
Yeah, you'll still be recognized wherever you are.
Yeah, this is some sick
Peace,
shit,
Mark
man.
Basket. Mark Basket said, Phil's not real.
Yeah, he's very real, guys. And if he could be online, he would be.
He will be.
Yeah, he will be. I've tried to locate him last week, and I couldn't. I'll talk to you about that later, Chuck. Yeah, there's just some weird shit. Even right now, man, there's some crazy shit happening. Hold on one second.
Marcel said, we can conclude most things they told us from birth till now are lies. You should go up to him, knock on the window like, hey, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
They're probably sitting in the back of it. That would be hilarious.
Strange shit.
I know
man.
back in the days, they had to use vans and shit and sit in front of your house. But now,
well, I followed one night. I followed one night, Chuck, and in the back of this thing, it sounded like a bunch of mechanical equipment. I mean, it was loud. It was like they had a jet turbine in the back of this motherfucker, man. It was crazy, and it just disappeared on me.
Yeah, they have the devices in vehicles, and even in backpacks, they have those devices.
Yes. Right, they'll be driving down the road on a motorcycle, man, and there'd be a guy on a backpack, a big bulky backpack, and everywhere I go, man, and then they'll have these like their luggage rack deals on top of vehicles, and that's what they carry. I think their Stingray device in, because what they do is they trick my cell signal. Instead of going to a tower to bounce off their artificial tower, their mobile cell tower that's in this like little luggage rack deal. They also use these audio acoustic weapons too, man. They're used for crowd control. They're what you see on the front of police cars, something like that. They're called a LRAD, a long range acoustic device.
That's
and
crazy.
Those are worse weapons than. When I was getting hit with the frequency, yeah, the auditory weapons are ridiculous. I mean, they're just ridiculous, man. And
the military got that on their truck. It's crowd control. They got it on like a dish. It's on like a satellite dish, and they point it at people, and it heats you up like a microwave.
Well, let me tell you guys, if you get a feeling inside, like maybe you're heating up, or you get a real bad headache, or like you start sweating or feel flush, or anything like that, chances are you're getting hit with some type of frequency.
Wow, I get that.
So, Lonnie, what they do is they can have one device in your next door neighbor and another device on the other side, and when they focus them together on a specific
All right,
place
Christos.
in your house where you sit all the time. So you'll get that heating up sensation like in your gut or whatever. I've had that. I've woke up and it's like my side is on fire when I'm laying on the couch in this one spot on the couch. And I even get up and I feel that spot on the couch and it's all hot.
Right. And I don't have so much problems with the frequency weapons any longer. I don't know if it's because I've learned to transmute them without trying, for one, and I don't know, man. Evidently, I must be pretty powerful. Anyway, and I'm just me. I'm nothing. I'm nobody. I'm just me. But every night, man, and I'm talking 24/7. I get these aerial vehicles that fly over my house, and some of them are military grade drones. And they're about the size of a fighter jet. Okay, they're not small, but I also get these planes that are about the size of a 737 that follow me all over the city. Now, I've seen these planes make turns that no plane that big should make, and for one, these planes shouldn't be flying that low in the city, for one, and these turbines or jets or what the hell they use for the propulsion, they don't sound like a traditional turbine. It's more of a screaming, like a different type of motor that is being used. Singularity seems to think that these motors are something to do with some type of conduction with the with my frequency within. What it does something within my body. Now, what every time these vehicles fly over the house, and it's not just me, they're delivering a high dose of radiation. They're saturating my vessel with all this radiation. See, this is a slow kill torture program, and it's designed to leave no trace of it could be I want to say contested to because it will cause cancer. It will kill me, in time. But see, it's not going to show any malice. You know what I mean? They can easily say, "Oh, he caught this because he lived too close to a power plant, or power lines, or maybe he, genetics or some shit like that." This is this ultrasonic. Yeah, this is pretty nice pic I'm looking at on TV. Ultrasonic infrasonic cannon. Never seen that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find different type of like direct energy type weapons.
Okay. Type in LRAD.
LRAB.
Long range acoustic device. LRAD. RAD. Now this shit can be bought by you or I for weapons, man. You can buy this shit on the open market.
LRAD. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, long range acoustic device.
Come on, this thing's taking forever.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Are you putting it up?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Come on.
Okay. Now I sent you that
it's
video.
giving me problems.
I don't know if you ever. Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, it's freezing now. Never had this before.
I bet it is. Check this out. Now I got vans. Another van. Wow.
They got trucks like this. I'm going to show you that have, and they use these weapons on crowd control. And I haven't seen it used yet, but
Yeah.
it's probably not this exact truck, but I'm going to look at it right now. Let's see if it'll work or give me more problems. L. Decibels. Yeah, the police got this fucking thing. Of course they do. Of course they do.
Yeah. Yeah, because they weaponized the fucking police force.
Yeah, after that September event, they militarized the police with the Patriot Act, and that's the war on the people. But that's why they never help you. They never help. They got this weapon right here. We'll use it on your wife, your children. We'll beat your grandma down.
These things will kill you, man. These things will kill you.
Sonic weapons. Hey.
Yeah, ridiculous, man. That is ridiculous. You notice you never see this shit being used when you see them out like in towns and in the towns where they're having riots and shit. You never see them break this shit out though, do you?
Nope.
Look in the back of that truck there. See that big rack? Huh.
Where?
I just drove down the alley. It's like a roll cage on the back of a truck that I've never seen before.
See, this is the diagram. The sonic weapon deters would-be aggressors, and it shows right here how it's done. Peace, Anna K. Mind's Eye.
Hi, Anna K. Mind's Eye.
Mark Basket.
Hey, Mark. I mean,
Yeah,
my
I think
signal
these
sounds fine now, man.
affected.
Ridiculous.
So it says.
I wonder why all of a sudden. Go ahead.
Wow. Over land, it goes 300 meters, but over water, it goes 500 meters or miles. I think it's meters.
You've never heard of these, Charles?
Yeah. These I was big on military research and their weapons. You know what I could find, because I want to know what the fuck I'm up against here if anything ever went down. And what we would be up against is shit you've never seen in your life. They have technology. They don't even need to go on the battlefield anymore. They could be in fucking underground base. Do everything like a video game.
Right. Well, there's fucking tunnels everywhere, man. Okay. I mean, these tunnels are all over the realm. It's not just the USA, the entire realm. Under the oceans, everything, or what we think are oceans. I don't know. You know, it's
These oceans ain't as deep as they're saying either.
It's a pretty wacky fucking existence, really. You know, I don't even know what to call it any longer. You know, a life. I mean, for one, whatever I'm doing now, this isn't living. This isn't life. I mean, I'm under constant attack all the time. Right. I have a girlfriend, dude. I don't even know how I still got her, but I never get to spend time with her. We no longer can go to dinner or anything like that because you just don't know, and I don't want to put her in danger, for one, and I don't let her know what's happening with me. I've tried in the past, and she contributed what was happening to me with basically being, in some type of drug-induced psychosis. Which, okay, if anybody that's known me for an X amount of time, or even for the past few months, that I'm an addict that struggled with addiction by design. And, I've been to probably 20-something rehabs in 5 years, man. And
damn, Chris, what happened?
And I'm sober now. I've been sober for, I don't know. I want to say 4 or 5 months. But
that's good.
I know now that that's not an option for me, because once you do these drugs, man, you become channel changed and you stay there. I don't know if anyone knows about the double dark copy, the parallel copy, whatever you want to call it, but we all go back and forth between our parallel copy. I guess you could say the good you and the bad you, but it really is the bad you, a bad version of you. I don't think so. I just think it's another version of you that you're in another realm. Yeah. Definitely some trippy shit, man. Definitely some trippy shit.
Yeah. What happened, Christos? I went to let you up and you disappeared. Poof.
Magic.
Kimba said that she's in a bad mind state. Why is that, Kimba?
Sorry to hear that, Kimba.
Come up and let us know why you're mad. Yeah, Kimba is positive 95% of the time.
I know. I've been sitting with Phil many times when Kimba would call and talk to Phil, so I'm familiar with Kimba. She'd call Phil every night for a while. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're in that state right now, Kimba. Hopefully that you're a little better here shortly.
Sometimes it's difficult to
I'm a little
stay in a positive mindset all the time when you know the world's fucked.
Well, there you go with the magic word, the world. When I hear that word, I'm thinking round ball, whirling through, spinning.
People believe we live on a globe. That's so hilarious.
Yeah, and you probably fucking believe in Santa Claus too. You know, just like that. You know, it's all about fucking commerce, man. That's all it is about now. It's about fucking spending money. I mean, that wasn't the intent. It's definitely got a much more. What's the word I'm looking for?
Did you ever find Phil's number?
No, I never. Oh, you talking about Kimba?
No, I tried to look him up myself. I can't find anything. Peace, Mr. Super Sidewinder.
Yeah, I can't find him anywhere, man. I've looked.
Huh.
I mean, I could do it again. I could try it right now, actually. Since I can't use my computer for fucking anything else.
Who knows where he is?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn my camera off, man, so I quit making everybody dizzy. All right. Let me check it out.
I agree, Kimba. Staying negative, that whole mindset will definitely ruin your health.
Screws up Lonnie's sound. It seemed like when I left, his sound got better.
Well, I hope you get to feeling better. I can relate. Trust me.
Doomsday lies. How long they've been talking about this doomsday to keep us in fear? So funny. If it comes, it wouldn't even matter because we wouldn't know. We'd be dead. This is doomsday for MCs with hollow skills who talk about clothing articles and dollar bills. I gotta lay down some lyrics today. I gotta get a hold of Sir Drop.
Christos, I don't put anybody out. MIA. So we're trying to digitally find it. All right.
Archangels. I'm starting to think a lot of these symbols of like I said before with Satan, Lucifer, whatever fucking name they want for that, is lower energy compared to the angels, which is your soul energy. That makes way more sense in a lot of these stories they tell. And
so let me ask you this. Not to cut you off, but let me ask you this real quick, Chuck. How many do you happen to know, or anybody in the chat happen to know how many of the angels' names have the EL in it?
Oh, that's...
Can somebody give me a number on that?
And how about the ones with the on, like Solomon? And it makes sense. Like you got L and on. I got to look deeper into that. I was showing the Killer Priest. I did a private. It was too long though. We didn't watch the whole thing.
Legion.
What's that plant?
There's two different. He said Legion. There's two different like cults or whatever you want to call them. Oh. The Ons and the L's. Yeah, you got Ezekiel, fucking Michael, Gabriel.
Yeah. Raphael.
Yep. Raphael.
Michael.
Oh, there's so many of them. I don't know.
I
I
think
think
it's 19 or 20. I think it's groups of 20 with
So
one leader in the.
so let me ask. Is this coincidence?
I don't think so. Yeah, Raphael.
No. So what have we found out? What's L mean? EL. What? So
Electricity, you know. L, I think's
yeah.
the source or the power.
The L, the dirty electricity is what they use in the target's homes. L, the dirty electricity.
Yeah, I gotta look more into this On and L stuff because he was bringing up the witches and stuff in Boston or
Right.
Boston,
Angel.
Farmington, which is in the city next to where I live. It makes me
Right.
think. Let's see. Is there any states that end with? Massachusetts had, what was the name of that city where the witches were? Salem. But that has nothing to do with it. I looked up On, and I tried to like go into etymology and stuff, and I couldn't find much.
Looking at when you look at that stuff, Charles, look at it forward, backwards, and if that doesn't work, then compress it.
I could play the clip again from the Killer Priest podcast when they were talking about L, and he pulled a list of names up and the On, and he was explaining it.
Definitely not Phil, Kimba. Phil's a lot more knowledgeable than Lonnie is.
I don't know. Anyone could. No, I like Phil. He's got a lot of knowledge, but he gets
He
so.
never read the Book of Revelations.
What?
Do you know that? He never read the Book of Revelations ever.
I hate the Book of Revelation. I used to be my favorite chapter because I wanted, you know, the evil to end. But then I sat back and thought how selfish Revelations is and how many innocent people will die. And that fucking God in that book don't care. He would slaughter your fucking innocent mother. Don't give a fuck.
Well,
he killed his own fucking son when he could have saved him.
Right. Right. That wouldn't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Peace, look within. But
what a lot of people don't realize, Chuck, is do you know that the character, and I say that character, the character that they depict is, do you know that he actually went to Jerusalem and studied the arts? And I mean all the arts.
Anna K. When you said Phil don't know Revelations, Anna K said, wow, yet he knows so much of the Bible. And he does, because he opened my eyes to a few things in Genesis. But he gets too, I don't know. Sometimes he gets too I don't know a word, but like when I say we're God, it kind of gets him a little mad. Peace, maggot.
Well,
yeah, I don't believe in coincidences either.
No. I've seen a lot of stuff happen with Phil, guys. I was there firsthand, And I seen the synchronicities. I seen a lot of shit that can't be explained, and I seen a lot of what he said happen. In the now when I was there. But unfortunate for me, and he even told me, you know, he goes, Lonnie, you know that you'll leave and we'll go different paths. I'm like, no, I won't, man. No, I won't. And that's exactly what happened. You know, if it weren't for Phil, you and I wouldn't be talking today. I think that Phil single-handedly saved my life.
Damn, I want to pull up that video, but I'm too lazy.
Speaking of videos, you never did watch the video that I sent you about the camera through the eyes, did you?
Where did you send it to me? On Facebook? Telegram?
On Messenger. On Messenger. Facebook Messenger.
Telegram. I'll look right now. Like Facebook, I pretty much
It was on Messenger.
never go on that shit nugget.
It was on Facebook. Facebook Messenger.
All right, let me look. Where's Phil? That's what Marcel said. Where's Phil? He's MIA. Just take a wild guess in your mind where he is. It ain't hard. Peace, Bex.
I'm looking for him now.
Let's see. The hell is this lady? Oh. All right. Damn, where's the video? The Trail of Tears.
Nope, not that one.
The 8 greatest philosophical theories. And then, I don't know. Everything isn't showing up. Why? This is odd.
I'm looking him up now, man, as we speak.
People always sending me stuff. Let Jesus bless you. Ah, boy. Yeah, send it again, because nothing's coming up. There's 2 videos there, but they're not there. It's weird.
All right.
Yeah. I'm going to look more into that L.
Hey, Chuck, I'm going to back out. I'm going to find the video and I'm going to send it to you again. And you'll want to share it, but we'll watch it together because it's going to, yeah. So I'll back out. I'll come back on.
I'm going to move over to my laptop.
All right. See you in a minute.
All right. Do. Phil is growing broccoli in the zero gravity for NASA. That's funny. Phil Nye, the broccoli guy. Oops. Okay. Mike, check. Mikey Mike. Can I get a check? Dude, get out of here. We don't need you. Alright. Let's see what I can do here. Boop. Alright. Is it this one? I think it was this one. Come on, load up sometime tonight. Oh, I know what to do. Sorry, everyone. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Alright. This year is gonna be bumpy, like a pimple face. What the fuck? Oh.
But yeah, that's me just being goofy. But no, you know, you get it.
I got it, man.
So now,
beautiful in that movie, boy.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna find this
with
part.
that said, it says right here, Tiamat, her son, his name is Kingu in Aramaic, that is serpent. Moving on.
Moving on.
Because right here under Tiamat, it says abyss. If you look up the word abyss along with Lilith, it's going to give you Abzu is identified with Lilith. Abzu, she is identified with.
Damn it, I didn't want to hit the button, but that's what happened.
And who bore Joseph 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. His name means he whom Ra has given. And the bottom one says, question, who is Asenath in the Bible? Answer, the daughter of Potipharah, a high priest of Heliopolis, which is On. She bore Joseph 2 sons, Manasseh and
here
Ephraim,
we go.
who became
On.
the patriarchs
gotta
of the
be
Israelite
close.
tribes of Manasseh and Ephraim. So now, when
hold on, we're
close.
close.
Their names
Here we go.
That has El lets you know that they are the children of El. Daniel.
All right, here we go, everyone.
Appears in Latin letters in standard Hebrew transcription as El, or in Tiberian Hebrew transcriptions as El.
Reminded a little
Other
more.
demon, which is a tutelary deity or spirit, is going to be from Dragon Ball Z. When you get all 7 Dragon Balls, you will summon the genie who will grant any wish, or you will summon the genius who will answer any question. Y'all better tap in.
Hey, man. Teach. Loading up. That's right. Yeah.
Because we're going to go over Lilith being a demon, we just got to go into the words to understand what a demon is. So now, when we look at the demon, oh, my joint tweaking. When we look at the demon, the last 2 letters on the word demon is On, and this is super important. Now, I got to walk you through it, so just follow me just a quick second. The Old Testament is Hebrew, check. What is in the Old Testament? That's the question. Answer. The Old Testament is the first part of the Christian Bibles based primarily upon Hebrew Bible, or the Tanakh, a collection of ancient religious writings by the Israelites believed by most Christians and religious Jews to be a sacred word of God. Fine, no problem. Now, we know it's written in Hebrew. We just established that. The Old Testament at the very least. Hebrew Bible, Old Testament. The Hebrew form appears in Latin letters in standard Hebrew transcription as El, or in Tiberian Hebrew transcriptions as El or El. El is a generic word for God that can be used for any God. Number 1, God's name, El Shaddai, or Lord God Almighty, according to Genesis 17:1, or El Elyon, God Most High, Genesis 14:18. El being a deity. Why is this important? And what does it have to do with the whole demon thing? Glad you asked. So anything on the back of their names that has El lets you know that they are the children of El. Daniel, Ezekiel, Gabriel, Emmanuel, Bethel, Israel, Michael, Jezebel, Samuel, this Christmas, Noel. So just like you have the children of El, you also have the children of On. Lilith is one of the children of On. Demon, Babylon, Simon, Solomon,
Damon,
Damian. We're gonna have to tap all the way in. So we know who the god El is because we talk about him all the time, but we don't know who the god On is. And I will go over him real quick if you don't mind.
No, we don't.
So this is Easton's Bible Dictionary. On, simply meaning light. The next word, the sun, according to Genesis 41:45 and Genesis 41:50. The great seat of sun worship, called also something else and something else, stood on the east bank of the Nile, a few miles north of Memphis and near Cairo in the northeast. The Vulgate and the 50s and the 70, the Septuagint versions have Heliopolis, the city of the sun, instead of On. So Heliopolis and On, which is Heliopolis is the Greek, On is the Meta-Nature. Hebrew, excuse me. In Genesis and of Avon in Ezekiel. The city of destruction, and according to Isaiah, I got some other stuff. I'm not going to go through all of that. Let me skip down to that last sentence at the bottom. It was at On that Joseph wooed and won the dark-skinned Ashaneth. I didn't write that. This is coming from Easton's Bible Dictionary. They said, Joseph, this is from the 12 tribes of Israel. Israel is really Yaqub. I'm not going to go there, but the 12 tribes of Israel.
We teach it now. Teach it now, yo. We teach it now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
the 12 tribes of
now. Going deep into the lessons now. Let's go.
The 12 tribes of Israel, their youngest brother could read dreams, and his older brothers threw him in a pit. He became a dream interpreter for the king, and a lot of good stuff happened, blah blah blah. So after he does all his good work, he has to go get a wife. And this is where I was reading from. According to Easton's Bible Dictionary, they said all the things that happened in the city of On, Joseph, the dream reader, he goes and gets a dark-skinned Ashaneth, the daughter of.
All right. Let me know in the chat. Do you want to keep going with this? I just wanted to touch on the L and the On. But this is really about the book of Lilith. And they go into all different depths of. All right, I'll keep going. You said it first. Keep it rolling. All right. Rolling.
Of the high priest of the great temple. And when we're dealing with On, this is this was a noted university town, because back then the church was the school. That's why the best schools to go to are Catholic schools.
Cook. I got some beans I want to put in there. Cooking. He said Israel was Yaqub. Man, you dropped me two tools, man. That bring you back to modern day times, don't it?
Come on.
Killing
this was a noted university town, and here Moses gained his acquaintance with all the wisdom of the Egyptians. It was said that Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians. Moses went to On. When Socrates spoke to the oracle and said, who's the smartest man in the city? She said, if you're the smartest man in the room, you're in the wrong room. And Greece is the wrong room. And he had to go to the city of On. Everybody goes to the city of On. This would be the equivalent of Massachusetts, where you have the most prestigious learning institutions like Yale and Harvard. I believe those are in Massachusetts. Keep me honest. I digress.
Well, that's in DC, I think. But yeah, I think you're on point with Yale.
Yeah, I would say up there in the Bay Area, over there by what's the tech, all of that tech, Berkeley, you know. No, I'm saying that they have some great minds over there too. You know,
yeah, absolutely.
In the Bay Area. Cooking.
A tutelary is a deity or a spirit who is a guardian, patron, protector of a particular place, geographic feature, person, lineage, nation, culture, or occupation. I just want to pull that up because Lilith is a matron god, not a patron, but a matron god of the city of On. That's why she's a demon. So I just want to put that out there. So when we say this or that is a demon, just understand.
The reason I put lead generation on a license plate of the Lamborghini because it's still today, since 2019 when I got this car. There's a
I don't want the spookism to be there. So now Ashanif, because we know she's dark skinned. This is coming from Wikipedia. Petithera. Petithera was a priest of the ancient Egyptian town of On, mentioned in Genesis 41:45 and 41:50. He was the father of Ashanif, who was given to Joseph as his wife by Pharaoh, and who bore Joseph 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. His name means he whom Ra has given. And the bottom one says, question, who is Ashanif in the Bible? Answer, the daughter of Potipharah, a high priest of Heliopolis, which is On. She bore Joseph 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, who became the patriarchs of the Israelite tribes of Manasseh and Ephraim. So now when you look at this card right here, I think this is Magic the Gathering. It says Petithera, priest of On. So these are the followers. It says Egyptian evil characters are immune to capture. I don't want to read that part. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name, and he gave him a wife, Ashanif, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. That's Genesis 41:45. Now, I'm going to go on why Lilith is black and from this point on, but I still want to stick with Petithera. So DreamWorks, I think DreamWorks was under Disney. Is it? Or is it? I don't know.
I think so.
Okay.
So
So now,
Yeah, I don't. Peace, Joe King. Hold on. I'm trying to look at this chat. Making it a color thing. Yeah, they do. But facts are facts. I just don't look at it as one's more supreme than the next. But yeah, Disney World is DreamWorks.
now DreamWorks under Disney came out with the movie Joseph, King of Dreams, because the Pharaoh had a dream about 7 fat cows and 7 skinny cows, and they had to save the grain for 7 years of famine, and Joseph interpreted the dream and saved everybody happily ever after. But anyway, yeah. So in this picture, you can see Potipharah right behind him. He looked a little bit light-skinned. I'm not sure, but he's supposed to be dark-skinned for real. And Ashanif looked light-skinned as well. But Ashanif right here, she's definitely dark-skinned. And a lot of the people within the movie are definitely dark-skinned. These are dark-skinned people. And that's why the source material from Easton's Bible Dictionary said dark-skinned Ashanif, because Ashanif was from that city that Lilith is from, and that's what the people from that city look like. In addition to that, if you look at this picture, it says Ashanif, you get a better idea of, now, of course, I didn't draw this, I didn't, but that's what she looks like. And inside of her name, you're going to see the word Ashe, which is a Yoruba word meaning power, command, and authority. It is the ability to make what you say happen, meaning so it is, or so it will be, so it will certainly be. Now, you'd be like, okay, well, she's Egyptian and that's Yoruba. Is there a connection? Because they got the same name, so it looks like it. I would say yes. According to AfricanJournalsOnline.info, in an article titled Revisiting the Yoruba Ethnogenesis, it reads, a sizable number of these accounts usually explore the historical evidence from ancient Egypt, Although such historical traditions differ from one school to another, some modern historians of Yoruba descent insist that the Yoruba originated from Egypt. So this city that old girl Lilith is from, this is where these people are from, and these people look like this. So Lilith, respectfully, is a black girl. And going back to my source material, the book of Lilith, in the chapter Lilith and Adam, it reads, rarely Lilith's thoughts upon Adam have been recorded. He was dark of skin and hair. That's what they said. And this was a European woman who wrote this, respectively. It doesn't matter who wrote it, obviously, but it's just the fact that this is not coming from Black Power Revolutionary tinfoilhat.com.
He snuck that in there. That was funny. That was funny as hell.
Black o'clock. It's black o'clock.
Right.
Black tea.
Right.
I'm black, yo. I'm blackity black.
That's real.
Black paper towels. We need black napkins. We need black napkins. Oh, black napkins for black understanding, for black listening. All right, black tea. Go ahead. Let's
get
question.
Let's get back to the subject.
Yeah, black to the subject.
Talk black to me.
Yeah.
Listen. What is the meaning of Lila? Lila is a variant of the female given name Leela, derived from the Semitic word for night. This is very important. I'm gonna come back to this. Over time, it has come to mean dark beauty or dark-haired beauty. In Spanish, Lila is the word for the color lilac. In German, it means purple. Now, back in the day, they had, I think this company is still out there, but a lot of people gone natural, so it's not as big as it used to be, Dark and Lovely. And their thing was purple, too.
Dark and Lovely. We got any commercials on that one? Back in the days, Dark and Lovely. Commercial. I love the Afro sheen, too.
I remember, I think Dark and Lovely, keep me honest, Podcraft, I think Dark and Lovely came out with Just For Me, the one for little girls to get the perm. And that commercial, like, just for me. I remember that one.
Just for me. Dad.
Come fetching water. Her name was Lily.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, I'm going to call you Lily. And she came and brought him. She was the one that brought him water.
Yes.
But she the one that ran to Moses when Moses' mom was stuck up under the stone.
Yeah. Yep. Lily. Yeah.
Lily. Yep.
Lily of the Valley. Yep. Lily, it's hit me something about that. But you continue. Yeah, you're right about that. I'm gonna watch that tonight.
Yeah.
So Lilith is depicted as purple. And how do we know this? Because we recognize her by her hair, her wings, and of course her bird feet. Now, I did a video with my brother called Original Black Vampires, and this person commented this right here. Let me delete this to focus your attention. It says, when Juju mentions necromancy and negromancy, I wanted to share with those who may not know, but in the Greek alphabet, the letters G, C, and K are interchangeable, and it doesn't change the meaning of the word. So necro, and negro all mean the same thing. That's food for thought. So then the brother I did the video with, his name is Dejuma.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
You got the plates cooking tonight. Oh, we're in a buffet. Yeah, food for thought.
When I first seen this, the word necro, there's a rapper named Necro. But he's a white dude, a Jewish guy from New York. That's Ill Bill's brother. But anyway, I didn't know the words were interchangeable in Greek, so that's very interesting.
good.
So the Juma says, facts. Just like with the word Dracon, Dracon, and Dragon. Same thing. These are the Necro, 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 Nekro, Draco, Draco, and Draco, Drako, and then Dragon, Drag. There's that G and it's interchangeable. Draco and Dragon, we know those are the same, but Necro and Negro. But we should have known this because Muhammad Ali, I'm sorry, I'm going to say Muhammad Ali.
You named him.
Malcolm X, excuse me, please.
Yeah.
Malcolm X had pointed that out to us, and it was in a, I think this was at Yale. He was somewhere in Boston. I think Muhammad, I keep saying Muhammad Ali. I don't know why I keep saying that. Please forgive me.
But Malcolm X named Muhammad Ali. That's deep.
Oh, okay. Okay. Tap in.
Tap.
So Malcolm X had already told us with the Necro, and Negro, with that K, C, and the G all being interchangeable. Now, why is that important? Because the city that was in Egypt was called Necropolis. Well, if the C, the K, and the G are all interchangeable, Necropolis is really Negropolis.
Yeah, a lot of Negroes in the city. That's cool.
This is the city that old girl was from, Lilith. She's from Necro. Fine, don't get me wrong. I'd like much respect to the Moors. Black means dead. Fine. I'm not saying, I'm not going against anybody. I'm just saying that when Malcolm X pointed it out, he was all wise, right, and exact, because up here he has necro equals corpse, meaning a dead body. And they tell you the necro or the Negro is black, and black means deaf, according to Moorish science. And I just want to point that out because these books that associate with Lilith and black magic and the knowing of information, like the Necronomicon, is really the Negronomicon.
Negronomicon. You know, that joint remind me of the Chronicles of Riddick. The people that came down from outer space was called necromongers.
Teach. Yes, we go.
You know what I'm saying? That's what tripped me out, though. I'm just sitting here, I'm like, damn, it was called necromongers, the people that came from outer space. Yeah. It's crazy. That's because Riddick is a skinhead, and he's the only one that could beat the necromongers.
Wow. In the movie, I gotta see this.
Yeah, in the movie, in the movie of the Chronicles of Riddick. Yeah.
Doors are now.
It's all added up.
Yeah, it's adding up. Told you. We're in for a ball moment right now, right?
Yeah, I'm still just tripping off when he said that Israel and
Jacob.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, Jacob is
Hey, do you want to get strong?
Crumb goes in. You only get pieces of it, you know, it's like crumbs. That's how you catch the birds. You got to catch the birds coming in. You got to leave it crumb trout.
Come on.
Let's go, Crumb.
So now you have the satanic magic, Leviathan, Lilith, and Samuel. There's go Lilith and Samuel again in the middle. But that particularly says Lilith. Because when she went with him, they were doing types of bad stuff as well, doing the nasty. I'm not being funny.
Who, Lilith and who?
Samuel.
Beast.
Yeah, this is after she broke up
See, I
with
want my
Adam
woman with
Cadman.
wings.
Oh.
They
Come
give
on.
us wings now, though. There's a lot-
Yo, did you see it?
Yeah.
She got wings, man. Like,
Yeah.
straight up and down, she got wings.
That's right.
Now they be like that in those Brazilian,
Oh yeah.
right? Those Brazilian parades. They be having wings.
they be having wings.
Yeah,
Sure.
and in
Carnival,
Yeah, the carnival.
yeah. Shout out to Brazil. They be walking around with wings, yo. Helmets and all that. Woman.
That's yeah.
Don't be carnival. Trying to think of some carnival. They got the Val. Carnival. Yeah, go ahead, man. I love it.
Lilith, the Draconian. So the Enuma Elish, I told you I would bring my source material. So the first source material was from the book of Lilith. That was more of a Judaic background going into their story, but the Enuma Elish is less Christian, more paganism, I guess you could say. So Enuma, right. Enuma Elish is the Babylonian creation myth. It was discovered by an English archaeologist in 1849 in fragmentary form in the ruined library. They found it in very bad condition. But to say the least, in the beginning, in terms of not the Bible with the whole Yahweh thing, this is the Enuma Elish. In the beginning, there was Tiamat. Oh, well, that's not in the Bible. I know. This is the Enuma Elish. This is on par with the Old Testament. So Tiamat, and you can see right here, it says Dragon Queen. I didn't write that. That's what they call her. She's the Dragon Queen. This is very important because if you look to the opposite.
You know what I mean? Was that Billy Ocean?
Right.
He said Caribbean Queen. Her name was the Dragon Queen.
Right.
Let's go.
Really? Okay. I'm gonna tap in.
Tap in. Yeah. Let's go.
So 4 generations under Tiamat is Lilith, the beautiful queen consort of the gods. So she's a queen because she comes from royalty, a royal bloodline of the official top god, which is her grandmother times 4, none other than Tiamat. So if you look, Lilith is Ishtar. Let's just be frank about that. Tiamat is her ancestor. We recognize them by their hair. Her horns are her crown. The wings and the feathers like an owl, and the feet, both Ishtar slash Lilith, which are the same character, both Lilith slash Ishtar look exactly like their great grandmama, the Dragon Queen Tiamat. You still got some of your ancestors' features. And just to confirm this,
cheers.
Teach Muhammad.
Let's go.
So now you have the satanic magic book that I was talking about earlier that lists Leviathan, Lilith, and Samuel. Now, this is the Jewish Encyclopedia. This is not blackpower.com tinfoil hat, on Facebook page. But no, seriously. So according to that article called Leviathan and Behemoth, if we just skip the biblical data and go down to the highlighted section at the bottom, it says the Behemoth and Leviathan were the 2 primeval monsters corresponding to Tiamat.
Y'all want to keep going?
This is the Jewish Encyclopedia. When you say Leviathan, you're saying Tiamat. Tomato, Leviathan.
Tomato, potato, papapo. I get it. They're regurgitating all these book quotes and stuff.
I just wanted to see the L and the on. There's got to be more to that then. But I gotta dig deeper into that. Yeah, I want to keep it rolling. I just asked because a few people were disagreeing with it.
Is Tiamat. And Tiamat has a son.
right there. I can't do this one. I'm sorry. Pardon me, my brother.
Tiamat has a son, and her son name is Kingu. And Kingu means serpent because these are reptilians. Let's be frank about this. You've got dragon. Well, okay, they're reptilian draconians because this section is Lilith the draconian. So these are, you know, because it says she was a dragon. So these are draconians, reptilians, Anunnaki, tomato. Anyway, so yeah, with that said, it says right here, Tiamat, her son, his name is Kingu, in Aramaic, that is serpent. Moving on. Because right here under Tiamat, it says abyss. If you look up the word abyss along with Lilith, it's going to give you Abzu is identified with Lilith. Abzu, she is identified with Lilith in Coptic Egypt with a list of other gods who I'm going to go over later. We'll come back to this list of different demons.
Did you know that there's a simple combination of natural ingredients that will help you poop out pounds of old rotten waste?
Alright, my bad. Technical difficulties.
I got to take this call real quick, Chuck.
The Queen of the Dam over.
That movie's dope, man.
I can't remember. I was looking for it, but I'm sorry, my brother. You going in? Finish, man. I mean, we got our plates now. It's right. We are totally Baltimore. We agree. We all got our plates.
Question: is Lilith real in True Blood? Answer. According to trueblood.wiki, in an article titled Lilith, True Blood Wiki fandom powered by Wikia, it reads, God made me as a vampire and Adam and Eve as human, but there is no God but God, according to Lilith. Talking to Bill Compton, Lilith, also known as the progenitor,
y'all can hear me eating trips,
was the progenitor of the vampire race on the HBO original series True Blood. So when I say Lilith was a vampire, like this is like they've put it in our faces for a while now.
Yeah, I'll be tripping off of that.
I don't know if the family ever seen True Blood, but I think it's definitely worth taking a glance at.
Yeah, it seems like every year they keep coming up with all these different vampire movies. They just keep putting a twist on the same thing, and I'd be like, why are they so infatuated with it? But yeah, you breaking it down.
Right. Now, Lilith.
Mummies.
I'm going to make a bold statement and say that doing a TEDx talk is going to be the most transformative and uplifting experience.
Now, Lilith.
Mummies.
Yeah.
Vampires, mummies, and stuff like that.
Blood sacrifices.
I think they got a vampire Bible. I'm not.
Even in the New Testament, Jesus puts his blood together with everybody, with all of his disciples, and make them drink from the cup. Yeah, that's like a vampire ritual. And then every Sunday, they eat of his flesh and drink of his blood, which is
Catholic.
what?
Yeah,
another vampire ritual.
Yeah, the Catholic. The Catholic do that. Yeah.
Christians do too.
Yeah.
Communion.
Communion.
Yep. Communion. Wow, that's deep. Yes. And then if you go back and you study
Mars right now.
Yeah, if you study Ghana, when the Ashanti tribe got together, they all put their blood and I want to say fingernails and stuff like that together and drunk off from the cup.
What about the fingernails?
When they first started, when they first established Kumasi, the city of Kumasi.
They put their fingernails in there too?
That's what it says. Now, I might be tripping, but I swear that's what I remember.
Let that one pass. No, I'm just saying, if they did that, but...
Yeah, you'd pass the cup.
Hey.
You had to bite
But they just basically, I guess, I forgot what fight they did, who they was fighting against to establish that land. But once they established the kingdom of Ashanti, they all had to drink from the cup too.
Drink from the cup of word. Man.
Yes.
We in zoning, man. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could we have another cup, my brother? Cooking right now.
That's right.
My biggity black brother. Black cups. Black understanding. Listen to black knowledge. Black newspapers. Black writing. Biggity back. All right. Where we at now?
Yes. So Nathan Robert Brown wrote a book called The Mythology of Supernatural, the Signs and Symbols Behind the Popular TV Shows. So I don't want to be like, oh, well, Crumb's just over there and he's doing drugs and he's zoning out and making these things up. Like, nah, they wrote a book about how these shows will have this deeper whatever. It's not just entertainment. So, that's just a confirmation. But let's continue on with Lilith and pop culture. Prince. Because remember, Lilith is Ishtar. Prince did an album called 2010. It was a tribute album cover to the goddess Ishtar, aka Lilith. Now, the sacred colors of the goddess Ishtar are known as the Queen of Heaven. This is important. I'll come back to it. And actually, Queen of Heaven is in the Bible, talking about Ishtar or Lilith. You're going to see that in Jeremiah 7:18, and it says Queen of Heaven there. But anyway, Ishtar or Lilith, her colors are green, purple, and teal. And you can see on the album cover, he's wearing a shirt that has green, purple, and teal. This is a tribute to Lilith or Ishtar. Flowers are also offered to Ishtar or Lilith, and you're going to see flowers by his hand right here where I'm hovering over. The color alchemy of both planets, the planets Jupiter and Venus, because these are the planets of Ishtar. This is very important. The planet Jupiter is the planet of Ishtar or the planet of Lilith, and Venus is the planet of Ishtar or the planet of Lilith. And this is the symbol for Jupiter, and that's the symbol for Venus. Anyway, the color alchemy of both planets colorizes Prince's album, because Jupiter is red, and you're going to have the red, and I'm sorry, Jupiter is orange, so you're going to have the orange, and Venus is red and pink, so you're going to have those colors with that. And this is all by design. Prince wasn't on no fluke stuff. He was all wise, right, and exact with the stuff he was doing. He was tapping in on on a whole deeper level. But let me just finish these last two. 7 stars are related to the Pleiades where Ishtar was placed. There's 7 stars on Prince's album. It's not a game, family. Last but not least, the symbol is a play on 2010, the Prince's symbol, but
I bet
really
Crystal.
a homage to Ishtar. So you're going to see right here, this is the symbol of this album. And there's an arch, and it goes down, and it goes over, and then you see that line going down. That's the symbol of Jupiter. And then you see the circle. This is like an ankh, or the female sign with the line. That right there, that's Jupiter and Venus. This is all wise, right, and exact, man.
Oh. Wow. And it looks like the numbers. The Prince was on another level, yo.
Yeah.
Gemini, yo. There's a Gemini.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Geminis.
Yeah. Prince didn't take no ish either. Prince went kind of hard.
What do you think about that? That album does pretty much align with Jupiter, and he said Prince didn't take any Ishtar.
Yeah, Prince definitely was hip on some things for sure with the whole symbol thing he did. And I don't think I've ever heard a breakdown explaining this shit, to be honest.
neither.
Maybe I've heard it in passing. So I'm definitely digging this right now, yeah.
Are you guys familiar with when he died and stuff, and when the Purple Rain, the beer came out? The Purple Rain beer.
Oh, I've heard about that.
The same day he died, the Queen
Allegedly died.
Yeah. Well, the
Right.
elevator broke down, like his song said. So that's another.
Somebody said he had a purple car in his elevator in his house.
The chances of him dying in the elevator after he said that are like some guy did that in numbers. You know, it's kind of like, yeah, it's crazy. But I'll shut up.
Wait, well, that's interesting. But did Charles or one of you just say he had a car inside of an elevator in his house?
Yeah, a purple car. I heard about it. Some guy was talking about Ludacris took him to Prince's house, and when he got there, he got in the elevator in his house, and it had a fucking purple car in it, man. Like, Prince had money, but he still got ripped off with his. That's why you always read your contracts before you get conned and tracked. But
no doubt.
I like when they break stuff down, because a lot of these musicians have a lot of symbolism. And I told people, look at J. Rue the Damager's old album and Capone Noriega's first album, and they both have the towers burning
in the background. Just the symbolism in all the old album covers.
My son-in-law was telling me something about Ludacris's beard and stuff, and I would go like, if you look at what's going on and all this stuff, like some guy did a breakdown. I didn't know what it was, but Ludacris, they made him shave his beard off, like the Freemasons and stuff, after the first Fast and Furious or something like that. His little facial hair and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's all this weird stuff, man. Or maybe that's me.
I saw you made a video about wearing cats back in certain whatchamacallit gilded eras. I haven't finished it. I need to watch it all the way through. It was interesting.
So the middle of it's just me messing around trying to find some coke ovens that at the very end. So like the middle few minutes is nothing, but dude, it was 1863 or something like that, and it's basically
There's
like
a lot of them.
Yeah, how
in Arizona,
how the Vanderbilts came about and stuff like that. But if you look at what these people are wearing, and like to go to the party, the men had to wear their tights and their swords. Like what world? That's not America. What is that? This is some other different place. You know what I mean? Like the way they were dressed and stuff. Like that has nothing to do with the history of America. Like if you look at those pictures, the lady's wearing a cat on her head, and she has a choker that says "puss," P-U-S-S.
Yeah, they were freaky.
Dude, what is that, bro? Yeah, so that's
what man would wear tights? What real?
Yeah, not a farmer, not an
man would
American
wear
farmer.
tights. Like you just went live, Chris.
Yeah. I'm gonna restream me over here. I'm just figuring out the details.
That's I'm gonna continue the video.
I think Michael Jackson was convinced that Prince tried to run him over with a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can believe that. I can see that. I can see Prince doing that to Mike. For real.
Man.
That was funny.
They should have collaborated more, though.
I don't think they collaborated once.
No, they did not.
He wasn't trying to hear that.
Weren't they on stage live?
Yeah, they was. Yeah, Prince was high that day.
Yeah,
he was on something.
They was together. I think.
Jupiter connection, because we were just talking about Jupiter. I want to expound on Jupiter a little bit more to connect with Ishtar, aka Lilith. So you're going to see to the far left the Sumerian Ishtar headdress of planet Jupiter. This is an official reenactment. Actually, I wanted to ask the Podcraft, has anybody seen the movie Jupiter Ascending? Now, those two boys, those brothers that stole that movie from Sophia Stewart, the Terminator and Matrix, they were the ones that made Jupiter Ascending.
We're going to do a movie night.
Wonder who they stole that from.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right. Also, Beyonce wears her Sumerian flower headdress for her tribute to Ishtar and the Jupiter connection. So when you're dealing with Jupiter, this is very important, family. This is according to coolcosmos.edu. This is our education.
I get kind of disappointed when people show these NASA computer CGI crap. It's disappointing that people of this much caliber of wisdom and knowledge still use this garbage. But hey, I don't know. Anyway. Jupiter does kind of look like that. Huh?
Yeah. Well, what they just said about Sophia Stewart, bro, maybe I'm not completely in the know on this. I know there's a lot of, controversy on like the origins, and it sounds like there's multiple people that had something going similar to what the Matrix was. I've heard different interviews. I've heard Sophia Stewart on Kill a Priest and other places. And then I've also heard this other guy that said he had the full script basically that got yanked from him by these two like trans people or whatever that ended up having the fucking rights or whatever bullshit. I don't know all the details, bro, but all I know is Sophia Stewart has a kind of sketchy background from what I was seeing, and I don't know. I don't trust that she was necessarily the one that had the whole Matrix written up. And I've heard some interesting conspiracy theories and whatnot. I know she's done a couple different shows and interviews, but in my opinion, from what I've searched, I don't think Sophia Stewart was like quote unquote the original Matrix script writer that they stole from. But anyway, that's just my take. I'm not sure about the whole Sophia Stewart was the original Matrix script writer.
I gotta check that movie out, Jupiter Ascending. I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm gonna have to check that out.
I thought there was a Netflix series that was also similar that had the word Jupiter in it. That was about superheroes or like god beings that were basically like superheroes. Kind of a takeoff like the Marvel and DC stuff. I don't know if y'all know anything about that. It's probably not related to Jupiter Ascending. But it was Jupiter something. I remember seeing it on Netflix. And it had like, what seemed to be kind of like offshoots of some of the superheroes we know about the more mainstream movies. But that's besides the point. I don't know if you want to keep getting back to it. I'm enjoying this. Am I coming in clear? Chuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was muted. I was on the other page.
No worries, bro. I'm just restreaming, so I just wanted to make sure.
We're gonna keep watching this. I just try to skip through the parts where they stop talking about stuff, but yeah, we're gonna continue. And it says, winds inside the storm of the eye. These people believe that there's a storm on Jupiter. Anyway.
Educational website. It reads, the Great Red Spot is a giant spinning storm in Jupiter's atmosphere. It's like a hurricane on Earth, but it is much larger. Jupiter's Great Red Spot is more than twice the size of Earth. Winds inside the storm reach speeds of about 270 miles per hour. And basically, it's a hurricane. They call it a storm, but it's a hurricane. And we know the hurricanes have an eye. There's an eye of the storm. And Jupiter has an eye. I don't know if anybody's ever put it in those simple terms, but when you're dealing with Jupiter, that whole one eye thing, it's going to be with Jupiter as well.
That's hard.
Remember, Odin,
That's fire. Jupiter
father of Zeus, had one eye. Who else had one eye?
Cyclops,
yeah. Odin, Ra. But Hannibal, Nimrod, Sargon. I digress. So yes, with that said, now you're going to see back to the book of Lilith. Lilith can be traced because this is a storm. The only reason it's making an eye, the only reason I say it's an eye, because it's a storm on Jupiter. This is very important. Lilith can be traced back to the mythology of the Babylonians and Sumerians, where she appears most recognizably as the Ardat Lily, a maiden ghost that preys upon men in their sleep. Supposedly, this being died without first tasting the pleasure of sex, and henceforth she yearns for what she could not have. An amorous embrace were considered fatal. However, her amorous embraces were considered fatal. However, and so this night-dwelling being was greatly feared. Although the Aradat Lily was often thought to haunt the night, Lilith's connection to night was most likely established by the similarity of her name with that of the Hebrew word for night. I said it up here.
Listing your house on the market isn't the only way to sell your house. Selling to us.
It's time for me to donate to Charles Wise here in the next couple of days. We're gonna get you YouTube Premium. I'm gonna get myself YouTube Premium because I know how it is with these annoying ass ads now that they've pulled their ad block scheme, which I haven't heard from anyone about how to deal with. I don't know if you were using ad block on your shit before, your computer browser, I mean.
No, I haven't used that yet.
Well, you basically can't, from what I know. They pulled some type of
pay
stunt
for
where now you can't use the fucking ad block on your browser to block out the shit on YouTube now. Happened like a month or two ago. But yeah, keep going, bro. I'm not agreeing with everything, but I'm still enjoying this. There's still
Me
gems
too.
being dropped.
Right. Yeah, I don't agree with everything either.
But yeah, with that said, Lilith's name did not originate in Hebrew, however, and so this connection is somewhat misleading. Her name is more properly derived from the Sumerian word Lil, meaning storm in this respect.
Lil Wayne. No. It was right there, Lord. I had to take that one. Woo!
Look at Storm. Storm is top. When's the last time you seen Storm topless? But remember, Lilith loves to be naked. And they can't show you her vagina hair, but I'm telling you, she probably the curtains match the carpet, if you know what I mean. I'm sure.
That shit was funny. He said naked.
But yeah, so this is the source material, succubus.net.
Yeah,
Lilith
is Lucifer is Lord.
It reads, for other uses of the name Lilith, see disambiguous. Hebrew, a female Mesopotamian storm demon. I told you Lilith's a demon. Associated because she's from Africa in the city of On. Associated with wind and was thought to be a bearer of disease, illness, and death. The figure of Lilith first appeared in a class of wind and storm demons. In Mesopotamian mythology, Lilith's origin, the origin of Lilith seems to be in Eridat Lilitu and Lili, two female demon Mesopotamians, related in turn to the evil spirit Lilu. In the name of this family of the word Lil devils, meaning wind, air, because this is storm, and of course, spirit. Go back and watch X-Men, read the comic X-Men versus Dracula. Mutants versus monsters. And it reads, I'm not going far. That stake is no defense, child, because we're dealing with children when we're dealing with Lilith. With my mutant elemental powers, I can summon a wind to batter you senseless. There is no escape. Ororu, fight him. You told me you were a goddess. She said she's a goddess. Consecrated to life. Prove it. Reach within you, to your heart and soul. Fight him. But that's the comic that I was kind of.
There's a part in here where it said Lilith was the last one to fall to the demiurge. Because she was created, the An, a lot of the Ans were created from the dust or sand of the ground, right? And that made me think, could these have been, you know, what we get out of the ground is metal. Could they have been AI, or they weren't of she didn't want to be a flesh, to be trapped. She called the flesh a prison. She wanted her soul or her spirit to be free. She didn't want to be trapped in the flesh. It was called a prison, but I think that part passed. But yeah, she ended up falling to the demiurge.
Trying to be.
Hey, thanks for that. Thanks for adding that in, bro.
According to MarvUnap.com, according to Marv Viewnap, Lilith, daughter of Dracula. Lilith, daughter of Dracula. When I told you she's the vampire, this is all wise, right, and exact. Going so far as to shoot Storm in the shoulder with an arrow, Lilith/Kitty obtained the book herself. Lilith and Colossus then confronted Dracula in his manor off the coast of Cornwall, where the X-Men had arrived to fight him as well. She began reading the formula, which would have killed Dracula, but cost ... In that episode where you see Dracula and Storm, if you look closely, Dracula has blood all over his mouth. Storm has blood all over her neck, going down her abdomen. And Dracula is touching her torso. And they're both looking at us. Go back and watch the movie, as you were saying earlier, Queen of the Damned.
Damn.
Aaliyah, she played the character Akasha. This is based off the Akashic records. I'm not done with her. I'm gonna come back to her, but I want to go into how Lilith is the reptilian. There was a duality between Eve and Lilith in the Garden of Eden. And in that duality, because Lilith knows ish. She doesn't come from Adam's rib. She's on a different operation system. She's like she's a smartphone. Eve is a flip phone. Eve is not built like that. So now Lilith is depicted as a serpent. According to these particular pictures that I'm showing you, she's a female serpent. But I digress. So you're going to see more depictions of this female serpent, not a male serpent. The serpent is a female. And this isn't my opinion. You can see different illustrations. This is the poor man's Bible, where they would do it in the stained windows, because back in the day, the commoners couldn't read, so they had to tell the stories through pictures. That's where the stained glass windows and stuff like that. Even in Egypt. So now you're going to have this girl. She's always in a tree. You see her, she's always in a tree. Even in Egypt, the girl's in a tree and she's feeding her. And she's also feeding the serpent. You're going to see the serpent at the bottom of the tree. And she's going to feed that bird. That bird is an owl, a screech owl to be exact.
Now, my question is, what does that tree represent? The tree of life? And which tree of life? The micro tree of life or the macro tree of life? And And
are they drinking from it?
Hold on, the tree of life. It made me think, Joe King. I was thinking maybe it's the placenta, and that's the umbilical cord that they're feeding from. I don't know.
Oh.
That's just, who knows? But it makes me think, you know, and they have their opinion on these hieroglyphs. What do you think, Joe King? What the
They're drinking for sure, man. I bet it does symbolize the true life.
with the umbilical cord?
Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah, there's two of them though too, which is kind of trippy.
One looks like a giant.
Yeah.
Huh.
And
What do you think, Christos?
All of them.
You see,
I'm not sure yet. Y'all still got it. I need to look at it a little more.
All right, let me play it.
It's still paused.
And that's what you're seeing here. You don't see you see the serpent, but you're not going to see this this bird until later. I'm going to show you the bird. But even in this particular picture, you're going to see the serpent with wings as well, from her Tiamat Draco bloodline, because this is what the Jewish Encyclopedia confirms. I digress. So let's continue on. Lilith in Hebrew. You were saying, okay, I'm sorry, screech owl. One and only mention of Lilith in the Bible is according to Isaiah 34:14, reading, "Wildcats shall meet the desert beasts, satyrs shall call to one another. There shall the Lilith repose and find for herself a place to rest." That's according to the NAB. But Grandma don't read nothing but a King James version, but I'm getting jazzy if you ask her, so bear with me. But
wow.
Here's another version of Isaiah 34:14. The wild beast, it says, the screech owl will settle there. The screech owl, that's Lilith.
If you're not doing bodyweight strength, you're nuts. I fixed 5 bulging discs, spinal stenosis, arthritis, and weight gain from years of sitting as a student, as a teacher, and as an artist. Now I'm doing one-arm handstands, flips, playing with my kids, and all kinds of fun stuff 5 decades into life. And I've used this to teach literally thousands of students, from kids up to 60-year-olds. More importantly, I've helped multiple people fix their back pain, lose weight, and build insane levels of strength, copying exactly what I do. And I've helped tons and tons and tons of people, both face-to-face and online, every single day for years. Look, this is for serious people only.
If you're a dabbler, do-it-yourselfer, or looking for a magic pill, this isn't for you. But if you're already successful in other areas of life and serious about building your best body, health, and strength,
then you can literally click this ad and I'll break down the exact science, the exact mindset, and the exact method you should be using so that you can absolutely crush it in bodyweight strength training. If you want to do the exact same thing all the people you're about to see on the screen did, then click the link, watch the free training, book a call with me. We'll break down everything you need to do. And if you need to see more results, again, click this ad, because there will be an endless army of ninjas that have worked with me on their bodyweight strength and seen weight loss, back pain resolved, handstands on demand from every angle, and who never even trained bodyweight strength before and built every skill in the book.
again, this is for serious folks only. This is not for dabblers, do-it-yourselfers, or those looking for a magic pill. If that's what you're looking for, this won't work for you. But if you're serious about building your best body...
You guys are a bunch of dabblers.
Strength, and you're not doing bodyweight strength,
watch the free training.
That was not for dabblers.
So it says the Hebrew term Lilith or Lilith, translated as night creature. There's this night creature again. It's a night monster, a night hag, or a screech owl. That's right, folks. First occurs in Isaiah 34:14. Amen.
That's fine. Wow. It sounds like an 80s song. The night owl, the night monster. I digress.
Here's a picture of Lilith with a screech owl on her back and a serpent to her front. And she got those horns like her great, 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 great grandmama Tiamat, the Dragon Queen. And if you look here under Ishtar, because Ishtar is Lilith, I didn't type this up. This is a real book by E.R. Werner Corvus Nacortum. I'm sorry, forwarding. Yeah, I guess that's the pen name. Forwarded by Michael W. Ford. But anyway, you can see the screech owl. And this right has two cats, but we'll get into that later. I digress. You guys were talking about Delilah, and I'm not gonna lie, I was very impressed because I thought I was the only person who knew this. So when you said it, it kind of took some air out of my some steam out of my sail. Dag nabbit, they knew it already.
We used to be talking, man.
Oh, you talking about Moses?
Delilah.
Yeah, Delilah.
Yeah.
Moses, the Ten Commandments movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, you talking about with Samson?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, my-
Yeah.
Shawan.
So question.
Hey,
What
they
is the
gonna say
meaning
Sam's son, right? The son?
Come on. Of Lila?
What's the saying? Paul?
Lila is a common Indian female given name meaning beauty. Laivati is a variant of this name that is also the title of the 12th century mathematics treatise. Lila is also a variant of the female name given name Lila, derived from the Semitic word for night. There we go with night. This is Lila,
Right.
Delilah. I'm about to connect the dots. Next question. Question. What is the Bible meaning of the name Lila? Answer, according to oldbabynames.com, in an article titled Lila, Baby Girl Name, Meaning and Origin. And it reads,
How many want to keep going? Stop and go by. I wonder if I could connect versus. You know what? Let's see. I could always leave off 133. A warning. Why would it do this? Sometime 22 freaking Microsoft. Jeez, I could have ran to freaking Britain and back. Sometime today, man. What's going on here? Maybe Crystal's jumped off. Dude. Right. This just pissed me off. There we go. I'm gonna start it. Of course, it's always a connection issue. What's up, Joe King? Me and him are the last men standing. All right, let me
The last.
see. Look, Christos is live. Yeah. The two greatest warriors are left standing.
The two, and then there were two.
People got to see that movie, The Creator.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'll
I
watch
think
it.
It's a damn good movie.
Yeah, that was a trippy flick. It was worth watching. The other one you had
Do
to watch.
which one? I had to I tried to do a showing of hold on.
You did? And what happened?
Yeah, I tried to do a showing, but there was an issue with the sound and the video lining up for some stupid reason. Yeah.
Really interesting.
So it was the I think it could have been the app I was using.
And so
I'll
it's okay to show movies.
continue to book a Lilith another day. I mean, there's another hour and some change left.
I bet, yeah.
Oh no, you got to do that private, or they'll ding you.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Because there's so much stuff I want to show, man, that's interesting, but I don't know if we can or not.
Let's see if this is gonna.
Like, if you show something, is it up to the people that put it on YouTube to ding you, or does YouTube get you for it, like copyright or whatever?
It's YouTube.
Okay.
They're always gonna copyright you unless the person will say it's alright. So
right on.
Man, everything was running smooth, and now it's playing games. Come on, baby, run. Aha.
It's everywhere. I mean, like 100 cars.
What happened? Somebody tell Christos we're sharing his live stream. Oh man, this dude gonna do this shit now.
There's something with the sound.
Page is unresponsive. Of course it is. I don't know, man. This is firing me up. Everything was
bomber, dude.
Going good. Biscuit.
Yeah,
Well,
connection's bad.
So much for that. I tried. Those are still here, but
should have just kept playing the Book of Lilith.
I bet you got to
See
shut
if I
all the way
can go
down and
back.
come all the way back, probably.
I could do that. Well, not shut it down, but just exit out and come.
Or whatever, yeah.
If you know the whole way through, it's kind of, you know, you just want your haircut and joke and talk, and it's like before half, and it's like, dude, it's because
Yeah, your sound is super bad. I'm gonna I gotta head out to a little bit of a job interview here. Hopefully I'm looking for a new slave master here. but yeah, I'll drop off and check on you later, bud.
all right, man. Thanks for coming
All right,
up,
brother.
Joe. Joking. Peace. Well, maybe it'll work now. Dean, what's up, bro? Yeah, of course it sounds crappy. Because I had all this stuff active, that's why. Well, let's see if it's all gonna come in better now. If anyone wants to hit the link, we could open the panel. Well, it's been open. Or I can continue with the Book of Lilith and Ishtar. Or we could end it. One of the 17 choices. It's dinner time. We got 2 ears and 1 mouth. That means shut the fuck up and listen. People are so blind they can't see that prison. Shit, dude. So tired of me over.
Hey, you.
We'll go back to these pictures I have and talk about that. Lilith, we're gonna have to wait on you, babe.
Sexy Lilith. Probably ugly as dirtbags. When she arrives. What's up, Dean?
I'm a little bit better today. I wouldn't say a hell of a lot better, but I went and got on the booze with some friends the other day.
Whoa!
Actually
Who's
drank
it?
about, I drank a bit more
Leader?
than I normally do. Only beer, though. Only beer.
Australian
anyway.
beer.
Yeah, you know, I'd like to know where this machine is, or what this machine. Fucking hell. Every movie I'm looking at lately, all the advice, it's all about bloody machines. What's the story with the machines? What do we do about that? Ah, shit, don't tell me mine's gonna fuck up.
All right, I switched over.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I don't know these machines, man. I mean, like this cave right here. These people had to have machines. You know, look at Solomon's temple when they were building it. He was gifted a machine from the demons, allegedly, right? From a spirit. That's what demon is, a spirit.
Yeah.
This thing right here. I uploaded the picture. It is right here. The Shamir. This thing is like a bore machine. We were talking about it earlier. And you know,
Fully here. Looks like a bloody grub
cathedrals.
that have bore a hole.
Yeah, to build these things, like, you know, let me get an example. This right here in 1863, this train station, the same as it is in 2022. People, you think people with horses and carriages built these underground labyrinths or trains? No fucking way. You know how long it would take if you had shovels? Even if you had a train and you were shoveling by hand, yeah, this imagine digging this thing out by hand with shovels and stuff, how long that would take. Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. You'd be digging forever.
So it was there beforehand, right?
Yeah, but the builders had, you know, machines, technology. They give us these sob stories or bullshit stories of, you know, all this stuff that you see. Even digging this out. Look at all that dirt. I know the pictures are little, but digging this out with a horse and carriage, I mean, come on. These buildings that you see in the background here were not built. You know, they say, oh, they carved them with copper tools, and yeah, okay. I can't believe I used to think school almost had me fooled, you know, until you step back and really think, you know.
Did you see that picture? Did you see that picture I sent you in Telegram?
No, I'm gonna look right now.
It's just like a meme, and it's basically saying 12 months growth in an hour.
Oh, yeah, I've showed that picture. Hold on, let me look at yours, though. Oh, yeah, that Saudi Arabian thing. Dude, what the fuck is this? What's in this bucket here? Is that a parasite? Yeah, this is the same picture I shared. And it makes me think, what the fuck are they talking about? Let me upload the picture so the 7 people in here could see.
Yeah.
And how about these weapons? We were talking about these type of weapons too, Dean. I don't know when you came in, but all this technology of these weapons, like even the police, like here's the police here. They've been fucking armed like military so they could happily and safely press the people when it comes socialism. I don't want no ism.
Basically, it's all just going back to whatever it was before. I mean, we cannot say. Because we weren't there, and we won't be able to say in the next round because we won't be there either, right?
What do you think they meant by this, though, Dean? I got the picture right here I pulled up. 12 months of growth in 1 hour. That's heavy. What they're saying here is very heavy. Makes me wonder, what are they doing genetically? How far are they advanced?
Well, it just makes me feel like they're pig farmers or chicken farmers, or that's what it makes me feel like.
Makes me feel like we're a part of slavery, like we're genetically created.
We are their cattle. They're goyim.
Even though I think they're the goyim,
but so my question is now is, okay, so if that's the case, how do we overcome that shit, right? Do we just abide by it? Do we just keep abiding to it? Why do we feel that we need to break free of it if that was how everything was meant to be? Why are there movies like The Creator and Nine and these other movies that present machines, and there's always people looking for a way out? Is there a way out? That's the big question for me.
yeah, I think there's a way out, and I think this whole galactic federation and the Iron Republic and all this stuff where you hear people, they had to create planets and leaving here to keep us not thinking or finding out there's more lands and these aliens, or who knows what they created genetically, mixing animals in our genetics. And I don't think it's us doing it. I think these, what they call gods, or these taller people, are still living. And they're the ones that are just are the ones that taught us what we know.
To me, actually, I'm sorry to say, but I think it's a bit more fucked up than that. When we look at how some of these, right, we're mixed with animals type of stuff. I mean,
you think we are?
I think everything's been spliced. They talk about grafting in the vine in the Bible. I think we're all fucking spliced with everything. And it's just a mix-up. It's just to me, it's a fucking experiment, right? We're
I
a
was
fucking
thinking, Dean,
experiment.
you know how animals, like, maybe the animals, if we are genetically mixed with these, like, pig and human and monkeys and like, you know, maybe these animals sense that, you know, I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer said when he ate people, they tasted like bacon. That effed me up. I was like, what? He said he wouldn't eat people with markings on their flesh because it messed up the flavor. I was like, damn, this dude's fucked.
But it begs the question of thought, doesn't it? Is that, are we? And then you got the other side of it is,
who are we?
Who the fuck are they that they just keep on doing it? And I would say, well, I don't think it's people that's doing it. I think it's the machine. I think the machine is the experimenter. The machine is the one that is. Look, this is a big question, and I got this real hard. You got people who are getting say blood transfusions from other people. That's liable to take a different DNA into your system and change your whole way of focus, even your thinking. Right?
Well, what about how they take pig parts and put it in humans? A pig heart into a human, and it works. And
yeah, exactly.
man,
and so we got to think to ourselves, what kind of thinking have we got that's come about with all the different creatures that we see here, or even the ones we don't see? And then I've got to say, well, why do the Skull and Bones Club collect all these bones? Are they taking the DNA out of the bone and then mixing it with our DNA and then using conjuring and magics to...
I thought that about the dinosaurs, allegedly, right? They would dig their bones up to get the DNA. Why else would you want to collect bones, you know?
And you're not only collecting the dinosaur bones, so that to me tells me you're collecting all sorts of bones.
Yeah, like the pharaohs and all this stuff.
Yeah. And then you've got to go back, you can say, well, I mean, for us, we're collecting all these bones, but were they not before that collecting Titan bones and doing the same stuff, right?
I think the Titans or the Giants still exist, but this AI thing, there's a guy in the 80s who didn't, I don't want to say predicted, but he talked about what we have now, and that's over 30 years ago. I think technology is way older, and AI, imagine that, man, where AI can take our DNA and start creating people on a freaking conveyor belt, right?
That's what I see it as, bro. It's horrible to say, but it's fucking...
Who knows? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, yeah, it's just... To me, there's a lot adding up to that. It's sickening, even, because it makes you wonder if you can ever shift yourself out of that any other way except through death, right?
Think, Peace Candy. Think about if people knew we were genetically created to be slaves. Now it makes more sense of why they create religion and tell people that there's a heaven and a hell and all. Because if people knew we were created genetically and this and that, nobody would listen to these people. It would be freaking free fall. People wouldn't pay no mind to the system, and they wouldn't put up with no shit. Now you got religion and all this stuff, and politics is all created to keep people from rising up,
from thinking
yeah,
properly.
that too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nobody. I don't get how millions of people put up with these 1%. It's all, they stare us with the fear and all this garbage, and I just get frustrated that we even put up with this shit. It's mind blowing.
Well, it's the people. The thing is that we don't want to put up with it, but the ones who are docile is like 90% or 80% of the population. You know.
Yeah.
80 to 90% of the population are in docile mode, so they don't even know that they're in the bloody slave camp. When you don't even know you're in a slave camp, you don't need to escape because you don't know you're held, right?
Like, even these things, they call them rituals, and like, what if these were landing pads?
The cigarette.
I just am in awe when I look at these pictures.
I mean, we had a cathedral like that too in New Zealand, in Christchurch. It's been destroyed with the last earthquake.
And look at this. The fire in 1871, and then look at the WTC 2001. It looks identical. The weapons and turn that thing to dust.
Just the same as houses were turned to dust at Paradise. The more we look at it, I sent you a link to join the Telegram group. I think I've already opened the bloody thing. Can you hear me, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to...
What is this thing right here, Dean? This picture right here.
Hang on a minute, I'll just go into Telegram. And it says the doctors...
Candy said it shouldn't matter if we were created genetically or not. The people are stupid that don't stand up against this crap. I see so many compliers on the daily at my job. Yeah.
The Doctors TARDIS group is what it's called, right? Remember, like the doctors, they had the doctor.
Yeah, why they call them doctors? When you doc, that's somebody who goes see. When you doc, Tor. What would Tor be? Tor's field? What is this picture, Dean? Are these like fish, or looks like crayfish? Like even this picture.
Okay, here we are.
The tracks on this picture, you know, they probably even use tracks to build.
Well, I mean, that to me is I don't know. You know, to me, I think we actually had. If you had a tunnel under the ground, was it under the ground when it was dug, or was it liquefacted down there? Right. This is what I mean.
Well,
liquefaction plays a big.
Bury it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You know, like build a bloody tunnel with bricks or something like that over the top of it, and then just shake the whole bloody surrounding landscape down. I don't know how they can do that and keep it level. That's the only thing. It would have to have undulation. Because nothing stays, unless it's the same weight all along, nothing stays level when it when liquefaction occurs.
Frequency, sound, the tree of life.
It's interesting too, Chuck. You know, if you look at Antarctica, at some of these first bases they've got, they're actually 20 feet under the ice now. The reason they're 20 feet under the ice now is because they sink in the ice. And the ice and snow, you know, every year you get a bloody couple of layers stuck on top. And if, you know, like whatever's underneath hits the land, hits whatever glacier, they call them a glacier, it's just ice sitting on land. Underneath them is a river. It's pouring out melted ice or broken ice off the bottom. A lot of these glaciers that you go up there have up valleys and that, and if you can get underneath them, there are some places there are huge caverns of ice that's melted away. Well, the farmer was wise not to cut all his hay because we're cloud today. And if he doesn't get out there and bale that stuff, he's going to lose it.
Damn, it's been 3.5 hours already almost.
I'm sorry, I couldn't wake up any earlier this morning. I thought to myself you'd be on today.
Mind's eye said we're in the sea.
We're in the sea, oh yeah.
We might be in the sea. It's like a fish don't know it's in water. Machine is mashing.
Not until it's out of it, and then it's can't breathe.
Yeah, that movie 9, man, got me thinking too. Because the machine that guy built makes me think about the machine that runs the world. Or AI, you know, because that machine was building on its own. Nobody was sitting there. The machine was self-aware. And the machine was taking that guy's soul too.
Well, as I said to on a comment in one of the on the link that was pinned in our group, Dr. TARDIS. It's like, you know, the machine is now identifying with not only our thoughts, it might even be projecting thoughts into people's minds. But when we start to find things like loopholes or openings, I think the machine is like looking towards us to find these loopholes so it can close them down. It's like tactical warfare. You've got to know what your enemy's thinking. You've got to know what your enemy's next plan is. And you've got to intercept it. I think that's what it's doing with all our minds. It's using our minds to intercept new programs, new thoughts. And
I wouldn't doubt it. Because our thoughts have to be able to be picked up.
The creation part, that we are the creator part because we think these things, right? We're not programmed so much to not have our own thoughts. Like we're pre-programmed. There's no doubt about it. We're all pre-programmed. It's just how much can we, you know, it's the dream state, what I call that. I did some research on it. I've got to go and have another look. But, you know, it's like we're constantly dreaming. And if you have a look at how schools operate, early stage schools, they find out how children think and how they dream. Because, you know, they want to know if there's any new stuff that children are coming up with. And so, for me, every mind they produce is a new mind they can break down and use new thought patterns or new types of thought. But most of it, you would find most of our thought would be
I wondered
in the
that
common
myself,
bucket.
Dean. Can they transmit thoughts into the mind? Like, you know, when people say the devil told me to do it, you know, are they transmitting these thoughts into people's heads?
I reckon they are. And that's you know, they could take people who are making impacts and waves into other people's thinking. They could use them to get push a narrative, maybe even grow another way of thinking, so that it just keeps people bound in those thoughts. I feel this place is always about binding us to certain agreements. Even our birth chart and all this is all a bounding. Everything is a binding here. And whatever we bind our thoughts with is, they're happy with that. That to them is, that, you know, they're happy because they've got you bound by your thought.
Candy said she heard that's what the 5G's for. I wouldn't be surprised.
I actually
all these
think
towers.
5G is the weapon that they operate with, even though they don't use. I don't know if they use it all the time. People say they got 5G phones. I'm not sure. I think anything that is
fifth generation.
Yeah, I think anything can be like made to have 10th even generation. We don't know, you know. They're only saying it's 5th generation. It might be bloody 10th. It might be 8th. Hell, it might be bloody 28th. You know, we don't know. It might be 5th generation for us because you know we've only had 5 generations. But there might have been a time when they had 10 generations or 20 generations, and they realised, shit, we can't have that many generations because they learn too much. They take us too far away from where our objective lays.
I'm gonna end the stream at 4 hours. So we got time. Well, I've been
it's all very interesting
suspicious on these towers for a long time. Very suspicious.
As far as I can work out, when you post those pictures of those small pyramids and stuff, that could be a generator or a tower of some sort, right?
It probably could have. It probably was before the cathedrals. The pyramids could have been the first generators. And then they figured out the 2 pillars, or, you know,
They were
maybe
buildings. Well, they used buildings for a start.
Built it a different way.
Exactly. They're building it a different way. Because you look at Neom. What's that city called in Saudi Arabia they're building? Neom.
Yeah, that
it's
long
only
strip.
Yeah, it's only minutes wide. It takes hours to walk the length of it, right?
It's supposed to be
that to me is a generator, and they're going to have people living in it, right?
Reminds me of a wire, long wire, and it's made of mirrors, I think, right?
Yep.
Something. It's in the desert, so the sun
It's
is going to
500.
power.
It's 500 feet high. Do you know the higher each meter we go up, the static or the electricity, the ether electricity gets stronger. You might have 1 kVA at the bottom. By the time you get 10 meters up, you've got 8 or 10 meters kVAs of generation going on.
All right, hold on. All right, Candy. Have a good day at work.
Hey, take
Thanks
care,
for coming
Candy.
by.
Big hugs from Mo and me. Always think about you. Have a good day at work.
Yeah, I seen that video you sent me of the Saudi Arabia thing. I'm gonna watch that when I get off of here. Check it out. I gotta watch. Lonnie sent me some stuff too. Man, I'm just behind on everything, man.
I know I'm behind too.
Ever
I'm always
since
behind.
Chloe died, I don't give a fuck about nothing no more. Truthfully.
Hey, bro, I feel that. I'm every day I feel that.
Too many people died. This world's just.
I was looking at someone said something, and I said, well, now I've only got 3 siblings left outside of my own self. The rest have passed over. Well, my family, I got bugger all family left. They talk about family their reunions, and we've got to cherish our family. But you know, the older we get, the less we've got.
Yep, that is true. By the time I was 26, all my family was dead. They said, "We're checking out, Chuck. See you later." Left me here in the shit nugget. This place is like a giant shithole of people that are lost, and the ones who know what's up and want to make a change are outnumbered by the zombies. The
Well,
zombies and the parasites.
I got to ask this question, Chuck. If they say that, I mean, this happened to my older brother. My older brother, when he was in his 30s, he was aging rather quickly. I mean, by the time he was 46, and that's when he passed on, he was already an older man. He was even his skin looked like an old man. He was wrinkled like an old man. You know, and people say, well, he's old before his time. But, the other thing I think about is, did he, excuse me, did he come back to live out the rest of a past life that he didn't complete because of something else? And I asked the question, is my nephew, because he took his life through suicide, is he going to have to come back and live the rest of that life that he started to live? That's a big question for me. Are we, by committing sideways or getting killed early in our lives through one thing or another, are we having to come back and finish that life?
That would be crazy, right?
That'd be crazy, I know. Fucking crazy. Shit.
When you die, you're not done. You got to go back. Go!
Yeah, well, you imagine when you see you sort of like passed over for a bit, and then oh shit, I've got to come back. You remember how you felt? Oh, I got to come back to this shithole. And it just makes me wonder if people are passing out before their time, and that we were meant to be here for a certain amount of time, that they'd already this is a funny one, but they'd already banked on what we were going to generate in that lifetime, and we didn't complete, so we have to come back to finish that credit. I mean, it's fucked up as it sounds. I mean, that's horrible, but hey, how is it, bro?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, Lonnie. You got your bloody sound sorted, mate.
I'm good.
You're not done. You got to go back and finish the job. Now, I think about the Lilith.
Is my audio okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
I think about Lilith, how she said the flesh is a prison for the spirit. She was made out of the sand or dirt from the ground, and it made me think. Remember, I brought this up, Dean, and I said maybe she was AI. She was created with metal, but she didn't want to be in the flesh. She didn't want to be trapped. And that makes me think.
No, well, maybe she's like in the movie The Creator, like that little girl that, you know.
Right.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right, because that's how I'm. When you were talking about that, I've been thinking about that Creator movie, and I've been thinking about crap, you know, that Alfie could have been Lilith, you know.
Yeah, I gotta do a private showing. I like that movie. I didn't think I would like it, you know.
But we've got to get some think tanks, some brains in, and watch that together, and have a, you know, go away and let it marinate in us, and think about it, and then have another showing so that we can. I think we've got to break the stuff down like that, Chuck.
Yeah, I want to do a. I tried to do the private showing, and it wasn't playing as good as when we watched the movie 9. I don't know why it was giving me problems. Now people just seen. I did the Lilith video over an hour. I was playing it, no problem. Then all of a sudden, it started giving me shit. So something ain't right.
Maybe we can do only short time frames, like you know, like maybe just keep it under an hour, and then so that we're not invading another space or something. I don't know. You know, you've got to monkey around with the system because it's, you know, it's got problems still to it.
Excuse me. I see what you were writing in the back, Lonnie. I can't believe that. Man.
I'll have a look myself.
I don't think it's still there, but yeah, he was talking about Phil.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it on here, but yeah, he's putting it in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
What
not gonna
about
say nothing
Telegram?
here.
Your buddy gonna try to ring me the other day, and we had guests, so I didn't get your note.
Yeah, I sent you Lonnie's Telegram thing. He told me to.
Yeah. I've set it up, so I've got him as a friend now.
From you.
Cool.
Yeah. I got your message the other day. I was on my way back from the grocery store, and I wasn't feeling very well that day either.
Me neither.
You know
bro.
what's crazy? I forgot to talk about this. Remember I said Facebook, how people make fake accounts and they hack into your shit. Well, I went to check Facebook, and one of my friends that passed away, his name was Bob, he passed away in 2019. Somebody just sent me a request to be my friend that died friend. And I'm like, dummies, like, couldn't be more obvious.
They fucking hacked my mate's account. Yeah.
Crazy.
They hacked Maureen's account like that on Facebook. They even took over her phone number, right? They fucking took the whole phone over. Yeah. Sorry, Lonnie.
I was wanting Charles to watch. I sent to you as well on Maureen's account on Facebook Messenger.
I'm gonna watch it when I get off of here.
Thank you very much, Lonnie. I'll have a look.
Well,
maybe I'll share it.
Get you to see that for about I don't know how many months.
Oh, look, I don't know. Maureen does not check her messenger. She doesn't check her messages.
Peace,
So it's probably
London.
better. It's better if you
It's a
sent it
bombshell,
to.
man.
You got to send it to our Telegram thing now, okay? Please,
Okay. Oh, I can't do it.
please. Yeah, please
London
do
says,
that.
"What's up, Dean?"
Hey, Adrian, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
How's everything going, London?
Yeah.
Come on up. Come up,
Catching him the other
London.
night too. Yeah.
I got to catch up on London Man's videos. I watched another one the other day. I got to catch up on like 2 more. I got so many videos people send me that I'm gonna be busy.
Yeah, and I've been checking a lot of Ian's stuff out too, but I can't ever tell when it's live, man. It's like I'm getting his old streams and I'm commenting and I'm realizing that it's not live, that it's a throwback, but in the chat it seems like it's happening right now. You know, it really
That's a weird bloody setup, that thing, how they do that, because you think you're in a live chat, but you can see, and then it says something like most or top messages or something. You know, and, yeah. I mean, it's weird how they can.
It's really.
I'm just gonna say this. Well, this machine. That's what I'm saying. This machine that we're up against is a clever bastard. You know, it's a clever one. I mean, as I was saying to my friend and the group leader in the Dr. TARDIS group on Telegram, is that, you know, I'm not surprised that they can read even our body language more than we can our own or others. You know how sometimes you're in a room.
Very strange place.
You know how sometimes you're in a room and you can see, like, you're talking with somebody. You're talking about. I mean, I went into to the place that New Zealand. It's our new phone company's name. It was Vodafone. They've changed it to One New Zealand now. And just in case anybody doesn't know that, Vodafone is now One New Zealand. But anyway, One New Zealand, I went in to see them the other day because I got problems with my bloody sound and I wanted to sort something out. And it was just something to do with my speaker. I still haven't been able to sort it out, so I've got to actually use my headphones now because my phone won't acknowledge through my phone speaker. But that's all good for me. That's all good. I don't have to stick the bloody thing up to my head. But anyway, when I was talking to her, there was another lady further down the room, and she was eavesdropping the conversation, I know, because she screwed her face up when she sideways glanced at me. And I thought to myself, you know, okay, I'm reading her body language. How much of these phones are reading our body language? They can see when our eyes or our facial features change when we're not happy with a thought, when we're happy with something, or when we're sad or whatever. They are building a character out of us that they will be able to read better than we can read ourselves. I'm just sitting that out there.
Yeah, I was thinking about taking a little journey over here across the road and letting you guys see where these guys have.
You should knock on the window.
Made a makeshift power station. And well, you remember me telling you about where they was working over here at the park, and they were sending these workers down to this tunnel, and they were going down in a basket that was lowered down by the train.
Yeah.
And they were supposedly working on these aqueduct tunnels. So yeah, I'm thinking about walking over there. Just doing a little. I've never done it. Doing a little investigation. But pretty interesting. I just don't like going out in public, man, because of the target. It's ridiculous, and I'm in a big Masonic area, man. There's a temple down the road, and
so am I.
It's really strange shit, man. Really.
We need to start finding these underground tunnels.
Yeah.
And exposing them.
It's pretty bad, man, when you're not a suicidal type person, but you just want this life to be over with because you don't like being here. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, bugger you. Bugger you.
I love life, man. People care about me, but I'm not having a quality life, man. I'm not. My existence is just existing. That's it. There's no.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
For me.
Crikey.
I mean, I have nothing to look forward to. I have no ambition.
How much our body can deteriorate. Our body starts to deteriorate when we don't use it. And even when we do use it, when we get older. And I mean, I don't know, when I first came out here, people were seeing me chopping wood and stuff like that. And I still do, but my body has deteriorated in the last year. Even though I'm sorry to say it, it's a fucking horrible thing.
The one thing, the one thing that I've not done, I mean, I did at the beginning. I quit playing the victim, man. You know what I mean? Even though I am a so-called victim because I'm in this non-volunteer, in this program non-voluntarily, and so many other individuals such as myself are so busy playing the fucking victim that they don't try to be proactive.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
If that makes any sense.
Bloody oath it does. It makes heaps
no
of sense.
fucking victim. I'm a goddamn warrior, man. But
I'm the same, Lonnie. Yeah, but you know,
I mean, I forgive them.
Well, that's the Christian heart, isn't it? To forgive them, and the next step is to walk away and just. The next one is to say, well, we'll walk away, and we'll not make it. Will not be a problem. And I think that's what they want. I really do. The sheep, the docile. The ones who close themselves down and say, "Okay, you win, you win, you win. I'm all yours. You take me." You know, that's how we get shape shifted into another way of thinking.
Right, and that's that parallel copy I keep talking about.
Yeah, I knew I'd lead you there.
That's how it happens.
I reckon that's how it happens, and we don't understand that we're being duplicated. And I'd not only duplicated like in a physical sense, but also in a mental sense. And I mean, look at
Listen to this shit.
look at a receipt book. It's got duplicate copies. It's so on point, this duplicate, you know.
Man, I got some crazy pictures.
Crazy. You do?
Yeah, of towers and weapons.
Can you pull that link up? You?
What link?
That's fucking strange.
You know, Saudi Arabia has tons of these alleged towers and stuff, like Chicago Sky Tower. Has anyone seen that before? I never heard of that or seen it till just now.
No. Do that.
Dubai. That's what Dubai has so many futuristic projects they never finish. Kingdom Tower. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of that.
Experimental. It's an experimental village to me.
The El Jaber Tower in Kuwait City. Never heard of that till just now.
Cities of tomorrow. Experimental places.
Yeah. Underwater cities.
They might be like a city that's made for certain types of people, and in the future you might have to. They send you off to the city so that you can get reprogrammed. You know.
Program.
You go to a rehab. The same thing happens when you go to a rehabilitation center for an addiction.
Yes, exactly, Lonnie. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. But they're going to have these future cities like.
So I noticed after. When I went to one of these rehabs, right? So after I completed the rehab, I went to this place. It's called Oxford House, okay? Well, it was a sober living house, okay? And it was like a $250,000 remodeled home. And there was like 6 or 8 of us staying in this house. Well, I noticed here about a year ago that the dude that was running the place was one of my stalkers, man. And he was at my work, and he was come to see one of our tenants, and he acted like I didn't recognize him and shit. Yeah, it was really strange. So there's definitely a connection between the game and sober living.
It's to me, we're adding some stuff up here. Yeah, peace to everybody in the chat. Much love to you coming over.
Hey, Dean, where you see these neighborhood crime watch signs, that's a flag, basically showing, hey, that's who they are. It's these neighborhood crime watch It's neighborhood
Yeah.
policing.
Yeah, fuck that, man.
Yeah.
That's that socialism garbage. Like,
Yeah.
fuck the police. The police don't help nothing. Yeah, there's good cops here and there, but the
That's
police
right,
were
there
put
is
in
good
place
cops there.
to take our freedom. That's why they militarized them.
Yeah.
Fuck all the police.
Few and far between, man. For sure.
Fuck them all.
Yeah.
Well, to me, it's like people step in there in those arenas because they've got a good heart. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them step in there because they've got a good heart. They want to see what right done by the rest of their community. They don't want to see
Yeah, there's
people
good out there.
Hey, boy.
There's
and
good
those
cops out there.
and those are the ones I take my hat off to. But the rest who are just police for the hell of it, they came out there just to get a pay packet. They came out there because they're a bloody bully and they want to test their bully skills.
They're
You
not,
know?
they're not only bullies. I would say.
Ah, boy.
Hi, Dean. I would say they're bullies and the bullied. Those are the ones that make up police force, justice, and the court system. Those are the bullies and the bullied.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
They found a loophole so they could bully back.
Yeah. Yeah.
They figure, hey, I got me a badge. I'm God now. You know what? I watch so many videos of police. They don't care about no constitution or your rights. You know?
They don't even. I mean, they don't even have like human respect. They don't even have any respect for the human body or constitution. You know, let alone rights. You know, or no, it's yeah. Don't get me started.
And they
Well,
always
you
say,
know, boy, they've got
famous
codes.
line.
They
Here's
got
the
codes
deal.
that they got codes that they break every day. These buggers, every day they break codes.
I know. We can hardly hear you here and back.
I said if you're not part of their Masonic order, then you have no rights.
The fraternity of
other than your
the FOP, the fraternity of parasites.
I'm not going to believe that I have no rights. If that is something that if I let that slip into my head and I say, "Oh, I have no rights," I believe you. I believe that you say I have no rights. I'm going to have no rights. If I let that slip into my bloody head and become my way of thinking, I might as well go out. I might as well go out and just fucking dig a hole and crawl into it.
That's in. No, I'm saying
I've
that's in
seen
their
it.
mind. I'm not saying that that's the fact. I'm saying that's in their mind. That's how they think.
Check this shit out.
But
I
you
seen
got to
a video
you got to find
yesterday.
out where they're breaking the bloody code, and you got to pull them up on it. That's what you got to do.
There's a video yesterday of a guy who went on the internet and he was reeling in chomos. So he met up with the guy and the police showed up. The fucking police backed the chomo and told the guy that reeled him in that he's going to arrest him and let the chomo go. How many people have defended their home and shot a burglar and the burglar gets away free and the person who's defending their home goes to prison 5 years? It's constant all the time. There's a guy in New York, just happened. Lady was getting mugged. He pulled his gun out and shot it into the tracks to scare the robber away. The robber didn't get arrested. The guy did for a sudden discharge of a firearm when he could legally carry it and he was helping the woman getting robbed. I mean, this society is fucked. They're going after people who could legally carry and letting the criminals go. This is what type of fucking police force we got out there. Now, the police backing that Chomo makes me think, what does that Chomo know that's causing the police to back him, you know?
Yeah, but that's the plan, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, do you know? I mean, some people in the Netherlands are happy because this guy called Geert Wilders has been elected, right? And so, first thing he got into government, first new law he got into government, like no more immigration. And I'm like, yeah, I get that, you know, because the plan is completed by now. I mean, they've done 50 or 60 years of immigration in my country. Of course, somebody is allowed to say no more immigration by now, you know, and yeah, you know, because now you can group up and come against the immigration. That's actually what's happening now, you know. Oh, you want to go against the immigration? Well, we've got enough immigrants for you to go against now. So yeah, that's why they're allowing this. Dude, it's all just such a setup. And it's also clear to me. It's like, oh, there's going to be an immigration. Oh, there's going to be an immigration.
Welcome to the machine, boy.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah. In Sweden, it's the same game with the same name. They're doing an immigration stop.
Same here in New Zealand. Immigration is now going, let's stop immigration. We got too many already. Right?
Yeah.
The same things happened here.
Yeah, because the program is complete, right? Let it simmer for a while. You know, it's not an accomplishment. Some people think like, oh, now we're gonna get somewhere. We've been wanting this for 20 years. No, we've been wanting this for 50 years, and you know, now it's too late. But you know, well, okay. Let's have a go at it. Yeah. Yeah. Dean, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Bloody oath. I mean, it's happening. We've got, actually, I posted a thing in X to a Twitter. I've only got Twitter now. I don't do Facebook and I don't do any other groups. Even Twitter's not that bloody good. But anyway, I got a few people that watch it. But the thing is that what I posted was that we haven't got a shit show of stopping any of this stuff at the moment. I don't think we have, because we're still only coming to terms with it, and yet it's been going for too bloody long, I think. I mean, if you're a person born of the womb, and you had a mum and dad, you're more than likely to have some kind of conscious state of love, a conscious state of even hurt and pain and all these sorts of things. But if you were a podcast, I was just running this past you. If you were a podcast baby, you'd never had a parent, you know, and all your thinking was only that of the machine. You'd just be a RoboCop. You'd just be a RoboCop. And
yeah, I hear what you're saying there, Dean, because that's why I think it's criminal, you know, to let a child grow up without its mother or without a mother. You know, it's
the system loves that, so then they could swoop in and get the child.
Yeah, I mean, you grew up with a mother and then she died, right? I mean, that's so you know how bad that is.
Yeah. I was only 20 years old too at that.
Right? I mean, that's even like imagine that happening 10 years old, right? Or 5 years old. I mean, that's you know, dealing with that at 20 is almost I can imagine the pain there, dude. But imagine happening that to you at 10 or at 5, dude.
That happened to my mother.
Wow.
My grandma died when my mom was 10.
Wow.
And war-torn places like what we're doing with bloody countries overseas, war-torn. They're babies being left without mums.
Yeah, imagine the horror that's been going on in Gaza for the last 70 years, continuously, you know, and incrementally. You know, it's only getting worse. It's yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking sickening, all right.
Yeah, this world is something else.
I don't think the machine even cares. Though.
Again.
That machine don't even care.
Yeah. Do you guys know this movie? It's also about the machine.
Myself.
Dead Man from Jim Jarmusch. It's also about the machine.
Oh, it's you.
No.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was myself. By golly, the bloody machine's been going around in my head for bloody days now, boy. Oh dear. Ever since Chuck showed me the Creator and 9 and the Bird Box. By golly, Chuck, you've opened my shitty head.
Yeah, this guy made a joke about Bird Box. He said people walk around without seeing anything. It's like working for, what did he say, Epstein or somebody? Oh, man, that's fucked up. What do you think about that guy, Epstein? I don't think he was really killed in prison. That's just my opinion.
No, of course he wasn't. So what?
He got out free.
Of course.
I don't know if he was even a real person at times, Chuck, or whether he was just a script with a face on it, right?
I'm not even going to tell you how I think they did it. You know? I will talk to you about that online, because when I talk about what I think they did, you know, there's going to be a video about it. But it's quite obvious how they do it.
And, you know, they always talk about stuff to make it look like they're doing something about it, to keep the people shut up.
Yeah.
When, you know.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. It's like people believe the government cares and they're going to help us. That's mind-blowing to me. How could you ever think these psychopaths care?
Well, if you don't know that they're psychopaths, then you can think that these people care. That's how.
True.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, but you're asking the right questions. Yeah, that's because that's
it's like asking the bully for your jacket back, boy. You know.
What?
Yeah. Can I have my jacket back? I'm cold. Fucking hell.
Yeah, there's a lady who has her horse plays dead all the time, and she says that fucking hell. She has this accent, man, and it's funny. It's on YouTuber video. I forgot the name of the horse. She'd be like, fucking hell. what was the horse's name? Lucky or something? But the thing plays dead. It's funny. She always thinks he's dead.
Yeah, well, I totally don't know what you're talking about.
Me neither.
For the last 60 seconds.
Well, hopefully people will realize one day.
I think
I guess going with the lie.
I think we're in that stage now where we're realizing that that it's all a lie, and that we should have woken up bloody years ago.
Not we.
I don't.
Yeah, not
I
we.
know.
Them.
I know. Okay, I'm not saying the we, but you know, like that the waking up stage should have happened bloody when I was a boy, not when I'm bloody old, right?
Yeah, look at my grandfather's times. They didn't question religion. No, how dare you? If you even question religion or Jesus, you were like condemned. Imagine even politics. They would not talk about politics, religion, and that's why we're in this position. You know?
Well, you were taken out if you did. You're gonna get bloody taken around the back and shot for you know, heresy.
Yeah.
Heresy or terrorism.
Yeah, we're considered terrorists because we don't put up with their shiznut.
They just want to call us that, you know. They want to give us the worst name possible.
Oh, of course, and I mean we can accept it and say, "Oh, I'm a fucking terrorist," or "I'm a bloody RR," or we can label ourselves easily, just the same as they label everything else, right? Or we can stand aside and not label ourselves.
Whoa.
Or take the label.
We could say,
or take the label and say, "Yes, I'm a terrorist." Yes. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's my middle name.
That's my middle name. Actually, my surname. My first two names are correct, and that one's now my surname. You can add me to the surname.
I'm
my first name's Terror, and my last name's Ist.
Right? There you go.
That's gold, Chuck. Let's go, boy. I love it.
You did it.
I'm taking it on.
My middle name is Terror. My last name is Ist.
Somebody
any questions?
Man, what happened to that? Oh, damn! It keeps disappearing here. Nathan said, "What's the subject here?"
Well, terror.
We're bouncing around. Terror.
Terror.
Terror and Ist.
Any questions?
We got a new family name.
Oh, they're gonna hold this against us, guys. Come on, we gotta stop talking like this.
Yeah. How dare us?
Well, we can laugh about it.
Oh, yeah.
We're under socialist rule.
Boy unslave.
People think there's a difference between the far left and the far right, but it's the same bird.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What? It's an interesting drum beat in the background.
Sorry, guys.
I don't hear no beat.
There you are. I'm gonna mute.
That was probably in my head.
You know how you were talking about that the other day, Lonnie, and you didn't get to go because your bloody sound was shit. But you're talking about how you get this noise coming through in your in your head. You feel like it's in the background there.
Yes.
And
yes.
I wanted to have a follow up with you on that, right? Because what happened is, you know, has anyone ever experienced one of those machines? What are they called? When you go into them and they test your insides.
Yes. MRI.
MIR, get that? An MIR scan, right?
Yeah.
Now they have a thing, they push you into it and they say, now, if the noise gets too much, just press a buzzer and they'll pull you out, right?
Right.
And this thing, I mean, I thought to myself, how many people have pressed that buzzer? I was thinking, shit, that noise is fucking horrendous. How many people have pressed that buzzer wanting to get out of that fucking thing right then and there? And then, you know,
right.
I mean, I've been in it, and so I got tested because of my bloody heart palpitations, and another friend has been in it because they had some like scans in their brain to see if they had a tumor, and they tell me that the sound is fucking like it's scary. It's fucking a scary sound, man, and it kind of makes you wonder if you're going to have any kind of brain left when you come out of it. That's how scary it felt. But what I wanted to say about that was, I was driving on a road. I left home. I'd just been in a big discussion about things with Phil, right? Me and Phil had been talking, and then I was driving down the road, and I just had this feeling that, I don't know, you know, I'd not being followed as such, but something was near me. I didn't know what it was, right? And then as I was driving, that noise came into my head, and I was going, fuck, I feel like I'm going into that fucking MIR machine again. That's what it felt like. My head had this noise in it that you could have sworn you were inside a machine. And I thought to myself, where the fuck would that come from? And I looked at it, there was 3 cars. There was me, another guy in front of me, and another guy in front of him. Or person in front. I couldn't see the one in front, but that one turned off on the next side road. And I thought, oh, well, maybe that person just, you know, didn't feel this. But next thing, I'm seeing the guy that's in front of me. He's pulling over to the side of the road. He's got his hands on his head. Both sides, he's holding his head like something's affecting him. And he's pulled over and he's sitting there. And as I went past, I could see that he was experiencing something going on in his head. I thought, fuck, I wonder if he's being hit by the same thing I am. And I thought, holy shit, what is this fucking shit? I just kept driving and driving and driving. I got to an intersection and I sat there and I thought, am I going to make it? And I kept on going with the intention in my head to get as far away from towers and from electrical power lines. And as soon as I turned into a country road that had power wires running along the side of it, I looked for an exit going off that didn't have any. And as soon as I tuned into that, it just started to dissipate.
Yo, can
And
anybody
so,
hear me?
yep. So
Hey, what's
I
up? How you
was
guys
saying
doing?
I talked to Phil about this. I says, is it possible that we have Li-Fi? Like, instead of Wi-Fi, we have Li-Fi, and they're using the electrical lines to traverse the same stuff that they're traversing through the towers.
Interesting.
I don't know.
So
Piece
I've heard
that
it being said that they use dirty electricity within our homes.
Charles, can you mute
Yeah.
up? Because the echo comes from you, I think.
Yo, real quick, what are you guys talking about? Or like, what's the subject of discussion?
Being attacked by
We've been all over the place.
yeah, been
But
at
we're
the
talking
moment
about
we're
5G.
And by the way, you don't have to have the screen cover up. I'm a real person. I just finished doing my own live stream. Just in case that's why you put that up.
no, I've got red tape over
He
my
knew it.
camera. I got red tape over my camera because I don't like the bastards.
He wasn't talking about
okay. Okay.
That's a smart idea to put red tape over your computer. I do the same.
That was in that movie Pulse. They were using red tape on the window.
Yeah, I do it as well.
Why red though?
Well, I mean, for instance, I
Well,
don't
it
use
still allows
tape,
light
but
through.
any
It still
tape
allows
works.
light through. Sorry. Yep.
Oh.
That's why I put it on.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
red looks
ETT.
good. Go ahead. Oh, well, I just I finished my own stream. I was on for like 3 hours, so I was just looking and I found another stream that was live, so I figured I had 40 minutes that I wasn't doing nothing. So I clicked the link and hop on for.
Yeah, we were talking about all sorts of things, like different weapons that people are being attacked. Like, what was that called, Lonnie? Damn, I think I took the picture down. That LRAD or something.
Acoustics, they're LRADs, long range.
Like even these towers, man, these whatever towers. It don't have to be 5G. It could be the towers. Period. They put so many of them damn things up because they're using the microwaves. And me personally, I think it's more than that. That might play part into if they do their fake alien invasion. They need to do. I don't keep wanting to say hieroglyphs.
Fake alien.
Hologram.
Are you referring to that Project Blueprint when you said the fake alien invasion?
Yeah, I forgot about that Project Bluebeam. Yeah, look into Project Bluebird too.
I'll check it out. You know, people say it has to do with this CERN thing with the Hadron Collider over in Switzerland. You guys know about that?
Yes, of course, we've heard about that. The Hadron Collider. I've been discussing that for many years now with a few people. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember back when I was in school, like say 8 years ago, right? They said that something was going to happen on September 23rd.
Chuck, can you please mute up? It's like the audio. Yeah, thank you.
yeah, they've been saying for the last 8 years now that something was going to happen by their September 23rd. Saying that for like 8 years.
See, I can't, Chuck, if you don't mute up, I can't hear what anybody is saying, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of noise coming through. I can't hear.
It's coming from Chucky.
You do know that you can put him on mute as the host as well.
I don't know. I can't organise that for my end.
I can't hear it. I actually can't hear anything.
The host can put him on mute too. Click the mute button.
What's that?
I'm gonna mute myself. Can we all mute up and let a man speak?
It's not you. It's Charles needs to mute because it's all coming from him.
Big cake.
Okay. Did that work?
Hey, boy, if you ever live, I'll come over.
Charles.
Yeah, that's cool and everything, but you know, I mean, oh, now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say whoever the host is, you might not have knew, but you could mute whoever you wanted by like clicking on them. It would give you the option.
Nah, he knows that. He knows that.
I had to change the settings so it wouldn't echo.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you
mean,
very much.
Now everyone's low. What happened here?
No, it's cool. It's cool now. On this side.
No, it's my headphones are low now because I changed the. I don't see why.
Well, I don't care, but it's doable on this side. Keep it like this.
Okay, let's go with the doable.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like going live that much anymore, Dean, to be honest.
I know you don't. I know.
Like panels, though.
It's all good, bro.
And I do like the streaming thing, but you know, like I said, I'm here for the interaction, and I instigated many interactions, and I enjoyed that, and I still will do that sometimes.
I think you got a real talent for it, bro. I think you got a real talent for it. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm too lonely to actually perform. You know, I could do better, but I don't feel.
What do you usually talk about on your streams? Religion, conspiracy, or world events?
Everything.
What is it?
Pretty much everything.
Right.
Oh, me or Goy?
Whoever is hosting.
I think we're all a bit beyond that, right? So I think everybody is a yearning for solutions.
Yeah.
So, right, and I think that's what we need to talk about. And I think because drama is taken over, and you know, some topics get to be rabbit holes, and some people talk about topics. Some people talk about rabbit holes like it's another word for topics, you know, and that's not the case. You know, rabbit hole is another thing than a topic, and so we got to get beyond that, right? And we got to get beyond flat Earth and globe
I'm
Earth.
fucking right there with you on that one. Thank you very much, boy. Yes.
Yeah. So, and yeah. I think well, that's pretty much where I am to answer your question, ETT.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I talk about the same stuff over on my page too.
I'm gonna have to sub to your page.
Yeah, you can look me up. You can find me. It's called End Time Teacher, and the icon of my channel is the same picture I have.
Well, if you could put something in the chat, I could just sub that way.
All right, give me a second. I'll grab a link. It'll take me a second too.
All right, because it's easier than every time I try to search. Some people's channels are buried, and
well, that could be true of mine because mine is shadow banned on YouTube. So I grab the link. Let me just put it in the back.
for you.
We're all pretty much shadow banned. They don't want people
ETT. Okay, cool.
speaking on stuff we speak.
Okay.
If you've been in a panel with me or in a chat with me,
he dropped out.
You're shadow banned. You're buried.
Yeah.
No one will read your channel.
Hey, I'm content with that. I find the best minds being buried, you know? I don't want the new age ditzy people that are textbook wise and shit. Like,
but you can hardly find the people that you want to find via the algorithm, when the algorithm would actually be able to do that like it used to do, you know.
YouTube used to be great.
Yeah, dude. It
still can be.
Yeah, and it still is.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ETT. I've actually just subbed to you. Thank you.
Why,
Sorry,
you dropped the link, or is it in the back chat?
It's
in the
put
back
it.
chat.
Okay.
It kicked me out. But sometimes what happens, because I'm using the phone, if I go leave the app to get a link, sometimes it might drop me from the live stream. So I just put it back there, but it might have deleted it. I don't know if you guys can still see it.
No, it's there. It's there. Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, you're
Yeah, I got it.
So
I
how long
subbed
have you been using StreamYard, ETT?
Well, I've been, here's my little story. I've been doing videos on YouTube since 2016, but I've been using StreamYard app for probably 2.5 years by now.
Oh. Okay, so I don't have to tell you about like the cross on top of the screen and the cross below on the screen, because you've already gone through that. Yeah, okay.
Right. Yeah, a buddy of mine, Jay, he actually pays for the premium, so he allows me to use his thing, so we're able to like put a banner over the screen or have 10 people on, you know, perks that we get.
Whoa!
Yeah,
that's what
I cover the screen.
Now that's a bloody good friend.
ETT
That's a
caught
good
on to
friend.
that quick. I cover the screen because, you know, I try to give people a chance. And a few times I've been porn bombed.
Right. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. You know, it happens to me too. So that's why I put a cover over the screen. It's, you know, a really ingenious way of making sure if somebody gets on that's going to do that, you have a way to boot them without the stream getting striked. Because what people are doing, you know, because they think it's funny to go around on live streams, you know, and try to get the video taken down by putting up inappropriate pictures and stuff. You know, it's like, really,
Yeah,
what type
fucking
of
bullshit.
what type of low life is laying around all day in their mom's basement, you know, trying to get these?
That's what I say.
That's
You got to be
fucking
pretty
right.
like. Who does that?
I mean, well, I can answer that question. You know, it's not a rhetorical question, is it? It's an actual question, and there is and so there is people wanting to do that with mental disabilities or mental disorders, and because of all these cuts in budgets on mental health, they're out there. You know, they've been. That's. I mean, this is the result of that, right?
Yeah.
They're recruiting. They're recruiting and these kind of people and giving these kind of people missions. That's
they probably pay them to do it.
Yeah, and so they're out there in the wild, and they're paid agents too. You know, that's
like, let me give you an example real quick, because I've been, you know, doing YouTube for a few
Would you
years.
agree with that, ET?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm going to give you an example. There was a guy a few years ago who used to make videos or leave comments, you know, talking smack about me and some of my other dudes, where he would literally do it like 24 hours a day for literally 3 years straight. The same person would make accounts and come back and, you know, try to put stuff up to, like, he even tried to dox some of the people, you know, put false allegations. You know, it's truly a shame that there's people out here who will go to that extent. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, damn, they need to just, you know, get a life or something at this point. It's like, damn.
Right. I think people pay people to do that. Like, you know, I get why Globers get mad, especially people who got degrees in teaching. I don't know what they would have a degree in, but if the heliocentric model falls apart, so does their degree and all that money. They're mad they wasted money in college.
How many of y'all on here are flat earthers? Because you mentioned globers.
I don't label myself a flat earther
I
no
didn't say
more,
I'm,
but
yeah. But I'm in that kind of
would,
league. Yeah.
I would consider myself to be a flat earther. I don't believe what the government's telling us about that. I mean,
More on
NASA's
the
been
crater
caught
deal.
too many times.
go ahead,
You know,
ET.
I was gonna say, I would consider myself a flat earther too. I mean, you can't honestly look into the NASA and what they're saying and not be at least skeptical in some sort of the word. It's astonishing to me how people just believe what NASA tells them when they literally admit that they can't go to the moon with the technology we have today, but yet somehow they did it 50 years ago. Just on that's a red flag start.
When you first heard of flat Earth, like what was the first thing that was said that drew you in?
Well, when I first came to flat Earth, I looked into flat Earth when I was 14 years old, right? So ever since then, I got hooked on the subject. Of course, at first I thought, yeah, that seems a little weird. But then I started to look into it. Like, say, for instance, the NASA fakery was like, yeah, that
What year
seems
were you born, if you don't mind me asking? I was just because you said 14.
I was born in 2002.
Oh, okay. 14.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm 20. I'm 21 right now.
Wow,
Oh,
so
you're a
that's
young guy.
Yeah, that's
Well,
pretty.
I've been making videos on
Your
YouTube
your
since I
voice
was
is very mature sounding for.
Well, good for you.
Right, I get what you're saying. But yeah, definitely, I started off back
who's the
then.
potato
Even when I was, go ahead. Go ahead. Somebody was saying something.
I think that might have been. Yeah, it's all right. Carry on.
Yeah,
Okay.
As I was saying, definitely with NASA stuff. Of course, at first, it's like, well, yeah, this is stupid to say the Earth isn't a globe. But then, you look into some of these things to consider. It's like, well, wait, all the pictures of the Earth from space are all CGI, and then if you look, there's clouds that are duplicated onto multiple different pictures, and the continents are different sizes and shapes and colors on different images. It's like, yeah, that can't be real. So it's one thing after another. And then I watched what is this, The Clues by Mark Sargent, which I still watch him even today. So just all these things, led me to say, well, yeah, they're definitely lying about, the shape of where we
Water too. Like
Right.
water and seeing the same constellations 365 24/7 destroys the globe. That's all you got to say is water levels out.
Yeah.
Or looks to level out. It don't matter if it's a puddle, a pond, an ocean. And then seeing the same stars every night destroys the globe. That's all I ever got to say when I'm battling that person.
Yeah, like one example is with this thing that got taken down last year. What is it? The Georgia Guidestones, which I almost got to go see those when I was in Georgia. But a fun fact about them is they actually had like a hole in the center of one of the pillars, and you could look through it and you could see, I believe it was Polaris that you could see, or one of the popular stars in the night sky. And these things were built, I believe it was either the 70s or the 80s that these things were set up. So how is it then that for all of these decades, you were able to look through this hole and see the exact same star in the same position? That can't happen if the world is rotating 1,000 miles an hour and then flying throughout infinite space at an unimaginable speed. It just can't happen.
Well, what you're saying
you
there
got it.
just the reason for it to have been destroyed, because flat earthers were using that as evidence, right? And so, because they want to hide it out there in public, and flat earthers were pointing it out. Maybe that's the reason for them destroying it. I mean, it need not be true.
It could be. Like, I know they said there was supposed to be like a time capsule underneath it, but then when they searched for the time capsule, they couldn't find them.
That shit was an acid tablet.
Imagine now.
Yeah, the globe has been destroyed, and it's sad to see so many people rather, it's easier. Like, one of my favorite quotes is it's easier to fool somebody than convince them they've been fooled. And that's so factual.
Yeah.
I could talk to my friends till I'm blue in the face and they'll just give me the fluoride look. Like, duh. And it's like, where's your common sense? It's been like, the common sense has been sucked out of these people's brains.
Yeah, but, like you said, you can see it in a puddle, you can see it in a pool, you can see it in a lake, you can see it on the ocean.
Well, like let me give you guys an example that backs up what he was just saying. I literally today I was having a conversation with a person who claims to be into conspiracies and claims to be aware of what's happening in the world. But then we went off onto the topic of Freemasons.
Does he claim into conspiracies or into conspiracy theories?
I guess we could say he claims to be an intelligent person that knows what's happening in the world, right? So here's what I want to get at. So when we talk about the Freemasons, he made it sound like, well, the Freemasons as an organization, they're not doing anything. There's nothing bad with them. They're actually there to bring good in the world. I'm thinking to myself, it's like, dude, you really mean to tell me that you've been looking into all these things in the world and you don't realize that this organization called the Freemasons, that they're clearly doing shady things behind closed doors? Like you seriously can't realize that? And he's like, nope, they're all good, nothing to see here. It's just
Right.
astonishing.
Right.
Just one-track minds, dude. One-track minds.
Yeah. It's already been
If you're not doing
programmed, that one.
anything wrong, why are you here?
Yeah. Not like there's anything wrong with it. Some of these people are my best friends.
Yeah, and then that's exactly what he told me. He told me that his grandfather was a 33-degree Freemason. So he was like, oh, so you mean to tell me that he was doing something? Go ahead. You said what?
So let me ask you a question, just so I can get an idea of your frame of thought, so to speak. So, on top of whatever the realm is, where do you think we're at, bro?
Like, where do I think we're? Like,
your opinion, not anyone else.
Yeah. So you mean with that question?
Yes.
You
Do
mean
you
like
think we're in a matrix? Do you think we're in a where do you think we're at? I mean,
all right. So let me rephrase it. Yeah, let me rephrase the question so I understand it right.
We could meet up when people speak, mute up, so then there's no interference, because it's kind of hard to hear everyone.
Yeah. So as far as what I think the world is and where the world, go ahead.
What I mean is basically there's no right or wrong answer to this. I just want to know who we're talking to, and I mean, because we're all pretty much on the level as far as like-minded people. You know what I mean? And there's really truly, and it's seldom, man, that there's an argument to be had here. But I'm just trying to get to know you a little bit better, brother. That's all.
Yeah. I hear the question. So what I would say is where the world actually is. It's well, when we go to the scriptures, it doesn't tell us exactly where the world is. There are verses that speak about the earth hangs on nothing. So the earth could be hanging somewhere in a void underneath the firmament where we are all at right now. Or God could have it on some type of table or something. As I said, none of us truly know the answer to this question, so we can all just speculate. But if someone wants to ask me,
if the earth is just a footstool to God, and the earth and the firmament would be like the cushion.
Well, you see, here's how I look at that.
So, I mean, it would have to be on a floor.
Well, let me. I know what you're referring to.
If it's a footstool, there's a floor too. So,
all right. Well, let me respond to that real quick. I know the verse you're talking about is a verse that speaks about the earth as his footstool, and I've seen people say, like, say for instance,
let him finish.
Wait, let me finish real quick. I see people say, well, it shows the earth can't be a globe because what footstool spins? But then I would respond and say, Well, the truth is, when you deal with the verse that says the earth is God's footstool, it's actually like a metaphorical language. I wouldn't say that that literally means that he's laying back with his feet up on top of the firmament. I wouldn't say that, but it just
What?
symbolizes that he. It's like a metaphor of speech, and we see that all throughout the Bible.
So it's so. So what is the metaphor about? About the shape?
Well, in the instance when it says the earth is his footstool, it just basically means that he's the one who has control over what's happening on the earth, that God is in control over all of it. It doesn't literally mean that he's kicking back on the couch with his feet upon the firmament. I wouldn't take that perspective. Now, let me ask you a question real quick. Would you agree that the Bible has symbolism in it? Would you agree with me on that?
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the Bible's written in code. Like Jacob's ladder is the spine, and you could tell the story as it being the human body. You could tell the story in the Bible as it being the universe, from micro to macro.
Let's get back to the God that you're just talking about
biblical
there.
or Abrahamic religion.
Yeah, let's get back to this God of this world that you're saying. Yeah, okay, he's not actually there laying back with his feet on the earth like a footstool, but you're saying he's in control of the earth. Well, if he's in control of the earth, and we've got, I believe, I'm not saying believe, but I am starting to see that this place has an artificial intelligence that's in control. So is God artificial intelligence?
I think we are God. All of us are a piece of the Creator.
God is not artificial intelligence. Per definition, it's not.
Electricity.
That's why artificial intelligence is called artificial intelligence and not intelligence.
Well, I mean, gods are artificial. You can make an artificial God.
Look at the definition of God.
Yeah, but that's getting back into semantics when I was just responding to you conceptually, and not semantically. So, yeah, it's.
What do you think, E.T.? Do you think we're all a different version of the Creator?
Well, the way
I think we're God, but the Creator is above all. Because people use the word God all the time.
Yeah, well, let me abbreviate on that a little bit, because you see, here's where people get here's the misconception most people have, right? As you ask them, well, what is God, right? Or what do you think when you hear the word God? They'll say, oh, well, yeah, the Most High. But here's the thing, though. They don't know that the Bible calls multiple other things God. Say, for instance, if you read Psalms chapter 82, verse 6, it says, for ye are gods, the sons of the Most High. So the Bible calls men gods. Now, here's the thing. You have to understand the context. When it says that men are gods, that doesn't literally mean that we're on the level with the supreme God. Same thing with how the Bible calls Satan God too. That doesn't mean that he's on the level with the supreme God, because we find out when we read things like Job chapter 2, among other parts of the Bible, Satan gets orders down from God and he has to follow what God tells him. So we see the hierarchy between God and the lesser gods underneath him. So as far as us, I would say the Bible does call us gods, but we're certainly not on the supreme level of the supreme God. That's how I would look at it.
How do you, like these giant trees? Have you looked into these Titan trees?
Yeah, you're talking about, like there's a theory that people call it a forest on flat Earth, where they talk about like the mountains in the world are basically like the remains of ancient giant trees. Like one example would be this mountain called
Devil's Tower.
Yeah, the Devil's Tower. That's what I was thinking of. You know what, I gotta say, it is really interesting when you look into some of this stuff. But then other people make some points and say, well, wait, if that is the trunk of the tree, well, where's the rest of the tree at? Like, wouldn't it be laying down somewhere close? So again, I'm on the fence with it. It does seem like an interesting theory, but I can't.
That's my question too. Is if these big trees, which I know they're tree stumps, the mesas, the plateaus, some of them, some mountains, could be dead Titans. I'm still up in the air with the Titans, but I know there was 12 to 14 foot people. There's tribes all over this realm where there's 12 to 14 foot people.
Yeah,
South America, there was the what was the name of them in South America? I always forget.
Maya.
In Venezuela.
Yeah, remember Dean?
Yes.
I forgot the name of them, but yeah. I think they're hiding land from us too.
Yeah, one thing I could agree on is I do believe there were big people that exist. Like, say, for instance, they claim that the tallest man ever was a guy named Robert Wadlow or something like that, and he was like what 8'11", something like that. So 1 inch shy of 9 foot. Wait, let me finish real quick. I was gonna say they claim that was the biggest guy ever, but the truth is that's actually not so, because they're actually hiding skeletal remains found around the world that are, say, 13, 14, 15 feet tall, so they're definitely.
And they're calling them dinosaur bones, right?
Well, I disagree with that. I believe dinosaurs walked the earth.
No,
but that's
I think
entirely
there's
different
this. I've seen this guy showing pictures on Google Earth, right? And these Google Earth pictures actually show human footsteps, but they're 400 meters across. Okay. And so it's like a third of a mile.
Let me pull some pictures up.
Yeah, but the thing with that though, right? If that was real, it's like, well, where are the other footsteps?
That is real.
They could have
But I'm
moved to
saying,
the
like,
outer
where are
lands.
the other? Okay.
You can see those steps.
I don't believe they all died.
Think about this though. With that, imagine how much food would be needed for a person of that stature in order to live day to day.
Dude, for that question to be asked, you first need to establish the belief in such a thing to be real, and you're not even willing to believe for it to be real, but you're willing to ask me that question. So that's a fallacy. That's, how do you call that?
I mean, but here's something I don't like though.
No, I mean, are you here? Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying?
Hold on.
No, you're not being honest. You're
hey,
being
dude, just give me 10 seconds. Listen.
You are being intellectually dishonest, and you know it, and you're trying to.
Excuse me, can I please just have 5 seconds?
Okay. That's okay. I just want to point it out that it's happening, and I will yield now, and you can have the floor.
Okay, now, real quick, if you would have let me speak for 5 seconds, you would have.
No, that's not quick. It's going to take a lot of time.
Oh, okay, I was going to tell him this is not the first time I've heard this idea. So if he would have allowed me to say that, he would have not even had to go on the whole rant. If he would have just gave me 5 seconds to clarify that this is not the first time I've heard somebody say this. You can continue.
Well, for me, I'd like to say that when we see the sun in the mornings, if you live near the ocean or a lake or something, when you wake up in the morning and the first light comes across the water, you can see the sun on the water from where it is right to your feet. That to me is the sun walking on water right there. And so, people talk to me and say, oh, obviously you don't believe in God, or you don't believe in a creator. I believe there's a creator. But whether I believe in such as a God having a son that's going to come back and save everybody, I'm not on board with that at all. In fact, I think people are waiting on promises that are not going to ever come to fruition.
You ever heard of the theory that people have in the Bible? They say that, they say that the sun in the sky is actually God. Have you ever heard of that belief? And they get it from the verse, I believe it's Psalms 84, verse 10 or verse 11. It says, "For the Lord God is a sun and a shield." So they say that he's the sun in the sky. You ever heard that idea?
Yeah, I've heard that. Definitely.
But my question with that though is here's the problem though. if they're going to use the part in the verse where it says he's the sun, and they'll say, well, see, that proves he's the sun. But what about where it says that he's the shield? So by logic, they got to say that that means God's actually like a wooden shield as well, if the part about the sun is literal. So that would be a problem I'd have with that interpretation.
Well,
I can only go on what I see around me. And I know when I wake up and I look out across the water and the sun comes to my feet, that's, to me, is how it is. I don't have to contest whether that's a replication of the Father or his Son. I can just say that's part of the creation that gave us this sun as to welcome the new day. Hell, man, when you've had a cold bloody night, you know you welcome that sun's heat, right?
Hallelujah. I mean, and what we want to do as humans, and as especially as men, you know, we want to understand this realm, and we might get parts of it or the skeleton of it, but we will never get the whole of it. We won't, and we got to
unless we travel.
I mean, no, you will. I mean, yeah, you will still know parts of it and most parts of it, but not all the parts of it. Not even when you put all your minds together with all humans as they are doing, and not even then, with all men that travel every part of the world and that know all the money and that they have all the knowledge, can buy all the weapons. Not even them together, they cannot even figure it out.
How do we know? You know, the outer lands don't have these titan trees that still exist. I mean, they tell us we're on a globe and there's nothing left. They got everyone looking up when we should be looking here. And they got us, you know, we can't even travel. People say we're free. We're not. They call it freedom for a reason, because we must be dumb if we think we're free.
Yeah.
You ever heard of
Fully agree,
the
Chuck.
people have where they think like this dude, what's his flat earther called? David Weiss. He believes that
Yeah, David Weiss, Eric Dubay.
Yeah, they believe that the UFOs are coming from like the outer lands of the flat earth. That's like
Look at this map. I have other maps, but this was sent to me by Dean that's on the panel now. I've never seen this map before. But it's pretty interesting. I'm not saying it's factual. I'm just saying they say aliens come from outer space. Yeah, outer space, out of our space.
Well, yeah, I
and
mean,
then I wanted to show this picture.
Yeah, this giant boomerang. This giant boomerang, right? Yeah.
You think that's a boomerang or an axe?
Well, is that not a boomerang?
Looks like an axe.
Yeah, it does look kind of like an axe.
Oh yeah, and now I see it. Yeah, now I see it. It looks like an axe. It does.
I think these Titan trees. I like how the guy put regular size tree stumps next to the Titan ones, but they could have been cut down by lasers. I don't. If the giants, they portray them as these dumb caveman giants. Hell no. Look at the buildings that are in the 1800s that the taller people built. They had knowledge beyond our even understanding.
Are you talking about the Tartaria thing?
Well, I don't think Tartaria was only like near Russia and China. It wasn't the whole realm, but there is the same architecture that generated electricity. That's why it's called architecture. It's the texture that creates an arc. Just like brick buildings are becoming obsolete because bricks create an electrical charge too, but they want everything wood. Like I don't get it, but
concrete, right?
Yeah. I mean, the architecture from back in the days, like these right here, that have somatic symbols on them, cathedrals or cathedrals.
That's the one in Paris, dude. That's the how do you call this?
We didn't build these.
Notre Dame. That's the Notre Dame.
Yeah.
that's the one that caught on fire back in like
Yeah,
2018
I
or
mean,
19, right?
they took off the
Yeah.
spikes. They took off the spike. Can you zip back to the previous
Yeah.
picture? Because there used to be spires on those on those towers. You can see that those towers are actually there. I mean, there should be spires on top of that, right?
Oh, you mean like antennas?
Well,
Yeah.
not antennas, but like copper, spires.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A roof,
I know what you mean.
copper
Yeah,
roof.
I got this church that's in the city I live in, and you could even see at the top they got kind of, which
Yeah.
would have probably copper in those. You see the antennas on the top. They got a few left, but nothing. And then this building, that's also in the city I live in. It's got the red and white bricks. When a lot of energy, what are them places? No, well, them too, but shoot, I can't. Not the atomic, nuclear power plants have the red and white stripes, just like these buildings that created energy, and all of them have some cymatic symbols too.
Yeah, and also like how do you call these the light towers that on the
Lighthouse.
ships?
Yep, lighthouse. Yep.
They're also white and red, right? Always. Lighthouses.
Everything has to do with energy.
Yes, lighthouse.
Yeah, I'm glad you came up, ET, because it's always cool to have new faces and
new perspectives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, man. It's hard to
for sure.
find new life teams to join these days. It seems
It
like,
is.
you know what I'm saying?
How did you find this channel?
Well, the way I found it is I went on I went on YouTube and I looked up open panel or StreamYard, and then I clicked the live button. Then I could scroll through what was currently live. That's how I find new channels sometimes.
Awesome.
Wow.
So we're not.
You ever seen?
We're not that deeply buried then, Charles. Yeah.
That's
There
a
you
good
go.
thing.
Yeah, thank you, boy.
You ever seen these World Fair pictures, ETT?
Yeah, I've seen them before. I wouldn't. Here's my perspective. I don't think too much about the Tartaria or World Fair. I don't buy into the Tartaria idea. I think a lot of these images that you get that they show you, I think it has to do with aesthetic looks. Basically, like say for instance, they might make a big building with a 20-foot door, not because there were big people that needed to go in, but rather because it was an aesthetic look. It made the place look fancy. Or same thing with the pillars at the top. It was just a fashion design, basically. That's how I look at a lot of them.
You don't think it had anything to do with the frequencies or anything?
You said what? It cut out for me.
What about what? You don't think that they were maybe played part with frequency?
This picture's been colorized. This picture's from the 1890s. They got electricity that's wireless.
What about
how do we know that's what it looks like though? Because that's a colorized picture of it.
Because I have black and white pictures too with the same thing.
Right, but I'm saying, how do we know that it didn't just add the color in now? Like, how do we know that it actually looked like this?
Well, they did add the color in, but I have black and white ones from the 1890s. Like cameras, our electricity, I think, is way older than we're being told.
You cats ever heard of something called the Baghdad battery? You ever heard of that before?
Hey, but asking that question, right? Is there a way to know it?
Is there a way to know what about the building he showed?
Yeah, is there a way to answer that question? Is there a way to know whether it's real or not?
Baghdad.
You want me to answer his first or the other guy was?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. So your question to me was, how do I know this is real or fake? Is that what you said?
Well, yeah. Well,
These are the same buildings. Look,
for
that one and this one.
Yeah,
Same one.
my response. Okay, my response is it took an old image from back then, you colorized it, and it added the imagery in. That would be my perspective. Hell, I could be wrong, but that's how I would answer that question.
I would say you're wrong.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, you're welcome. You're welcome to say that, but again, my personal view after looking into it, I personally don't believe it in the Tartaria theory. I think most of those buildings, it just has like an aesthetic, an aesthetic look to the design of the building on purpose because it's a more fancy design. That's how I look at a lot of those buildings. That's my personal perspective.
I want to say too, ET, that in New Zealand here, I know it's a long way from the rest of the world, so to speak.
I mean, I actually enjoy
but
your
we
answer.
do have buildings. We do have, hang on, boy. We do have buildings here, ET, in our country that have got big, tall doorways as well. And I don't think they were made like that aesthetically. There are windows that are half buried, and you can go down to the next level. I've been studying liquefaction and earthquakes and how water and earth vibration can submerge a whole building.
Well, let me give you an example. There's a town not far from me where, say, 150 years ago, the street used to be lower than what it is now. Or another example, if you go over to Jerusalem, the streets of the ancient city are located right underneath the modern day streets. You can even pay money to go down under the modern streets, and you can walk on the original pathways back from the ancient city. So again, over time, the height of a land can rise or go down. So I wouldn't say that means that there was another civilization there, just because the windows were closer to the ground. I disagree with that perspective.
What's your take on these star forts?
You said what?
What's your take on the star forts, ET?
You said star fort or
the star forts?
I don't think I've heard of that one.
The star forts, FORTS. But you might want to look into that.
Are you talking about? Oh, hold on a second. Are you talking about like in the?
They're all.
Like, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Like they built military forts in the star shape. Is that what you're talking about?
Nah, not really. These are old buildings.
Yeah,
we're thinking about something.
That's what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about. Yeah, it's called. Listen, he's a young guy, so the way he knows it is military forts. Yeah.
Right. So there's a few people talking. So now I'm confused. Did I get it right with saying military forts, or did you say I was wrong saying?
No. The way you know it is military forts built in a star form. That's
right,
what we're
right.
talking about.
Yeah. I know about that, and I would say that the armies back then, they built them that way for certain particular reasons. It was beneficial to build them in that star formation.
Yeah.
But what was the reason you brought that up though? Like, was there a point you were going to make with that? Because the way I look at it,
I was just asking if you were familiar with those as well. If you were talking about old buildings.
Right. I know that. But I was thinking you were going to bring something up saying that it had something to do with what you were saying. That's what I thought you were going to allude to.
No. I was just wondering if you were familiar with that type of architect.
All right, yeah. I get what you're saying.
Aesthetics and things of that nature. I was wondering what your take was on the star forts as well.
Right. And I think, again, the reason why they made them in star formations, it could have multiple reasons. For one, I believe I was watching a video where they explained this before. It can help protect the fort from an outside attack. Say, for example, they shoot a cannonball at it, it's not going to go directly through the wall like how it would with a castle that has just like a straight lying wall, among other reasons why this would be beneficial. And it would be hard to penetrate the fort because it's protected by all sides. They can see all sides of the wall, so it'd be hard to penetrate the fort. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, I just
I think
just a heads up. I do got to drop in 5 minutes.
Hold on.
Oh, you're good, brother. You're good. Stop in anytime.
Yeah, I'll definitely stop by again if I see you guys live sometime.
You say, do you?
I didn't hear you.
I'll take care, ET. All the best to you.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Hey, man, what's up with the volume? I just want to say, I've always think like even in the Bible they talk about.
Sub to your channel and check you out too, man. That way you'll know who I am.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Even in the Bible they talk about electricity.
You got a verse on that for me?
Satan is the god of material things, and low-level light materializes. And Jesus, they show with a halo, and he's being a spirit, which is when we die, we shed the material flesh and go up like any form of light that isn't materialized. So everything's energy, and I think electricity is way older, and these weapons is nothing new. These direct energy weapons, who knows if these wars in the heavens where the giant people fighting with weapons, how did deserts become deserted? It looks like nuclear bombs annihilate. Like what melts brick? Direct energy weapons.
Well, one thing we could agree on is it sounds like you believe nuclear weapons exist, so we could agree on that because a lot of flat earthers believe they were fake. So that's something we could agree on, that they were real, right?
I kind of believe they're actually EMF as well.
Well, I was talking to the guy who mentioned that the desert looked like they turned that way by a nuclear weapon. So I would imply that he must believe they're real to make a statement that say they look like that. Because if he didn't believe in them, then he wouldn't suggest that as a possibility, right?
Well, I think like the Paradise Fires, where houses were turned to dust, and they were made of steel, brick, tin, and all that's left is a pile of dust, and yet you got a tree standing there, still got green leaves on it. You got lawns around the house where it was, still got green grass.
You ever look into the city of Sodom and Gomorrah? They found it over by what is it?
Yeah. I mean, I suggest that same event was what caused pillars of salt, so to speak.
No, it could have been, possibly. Because not every event that happened in the past is recorded in the scriptures. So hell, who knows?
Direct energy weapons definitely exist.
Yep.
Now, atomic weapons, I don't know. I'm not saying they do or they don't. I don't know. But I know direct energy weapons do.
Yeah, but anyway, guys, I'm going to get going. I thank you for having me on. It was a good conversation.
Cool.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right, you guys do as well.
It's always good to see new people come up.
Well, you got to have the questioning, eh?
This is one place where there's never, like, we disagree on a lot of things, but you don't see us, like, arguing, name calling.
Well, I did the other day on Dom. Somebody calls me stupid, I'm going to react,
It's not like it's all the time, Man, waiting for a package.
I'm sure I could prove you wrong there, Dean, because I call you stupid. You're just going to laugh, right?
Yeah, but that's a different thing. You're not calling me stupid out of a vindictive reason. You're calling me stupid out of the fun of it. You're going to make a joke out of it. There's a big difference for you, right? It's people's attitude when it comes across, bro. Not the buddy, you know.
It's not the word. Yeah.
No, it's the attitude that comes with it.
No.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's how it's said. You can say, fuck you, Dean, ha, and laugh. Or you could say, fuck you. To see the difference.
Yep.
I don't know. I never looked at.
Hey, look, I got nothing against Storm. Really, I don't. I've got over all that shitty stuff. If he wants to carry, to me, I don't think he wants to carry it on either.
Oh, you guys were just on a panel together the other day. Everything was fine, so.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, if I wanted to bloody attack him, I would have bloody got off my horse and done, giving him shit. I'm not into that.
We finally got banged in the head with a storm.
Hey?
Tons of snow, man. This sucks. I hate snow. We got
But
snow
yeah,
everywhere.
all that aside, I think we have got we have some pretty great discussions here. And come on, you little bugger. What are you doing out there?
What do you guys think about electricity? Do you think it's something new? Or is it fairly old?
Well, it's as old as this place is, because you can get 12-volt electricity coming from sun panel. You can get panels and collect electricity out of the air. And we're not the only ones to do that. We're not the first, right? So the electricity's always been here.
People say solar power is new, but they forget we had solar power calculators in the 60s and 70s.
I was looking up a little thing about electricity. Excuse me, I got a mouthful. Having me toast. I'll just get rid of that. Excuse me. Yeah, but so the higher we go up, the more volts we can collect. Now, we look at power lines, they're probably 30 feet above the ground. And we can get high tension lines that are hundreds of feet off the ground. What's interesting, if you have a look at the radar system that we have, like ships' radars, and also weather mapping radars. So you get a weather map, you read the weather map's radar, they will say that all these calculations have been taken from 1 or 2 meters above the ground on upwards, right up into the what do you call it, stratosphere. And
Think of the word weather. The word ether in it.
Well, there you go. It's got the word ether in it straight away. Exactly. So I think electricity has been here as long as this place has been here. And I mean, you got to think about the sun and its light. It's like a bloody, it's like an electric field. All this place to me, it's created all right, but it's not all of it is organic, you know. I think electricity itself is part of this, what they called AI, and also It's the L. It's the God here. The control here. Yeah. Artificial intelligence and electricity seem to march hand in hand. So I feel like this. Yeah, you're right, bro. Yeah, I just feel like electricity is the God here in the form of artificial intelligence. And in fact, if people are being, they feel like targeted, it's very possible that that's what's happening, that L is targeting different people because of what they know and what they're trying to get across to others. You know, if you're trying to close the system down so you got full control of it, you don't want the terrorists coming in, you know.
Right, I get what you're saying. Thing is, I never was doing anything, and then I just all of a sudden started getting targeted.
You would have been doing something. You would have been hanging out with certain people. You would have been hanging out in certain circles. It was only a matter of time before your brain was going to see things. And they're thinking, we got to stop this bugger before he starts seeing them.
Well, something's going on because it happens at a high level. I mean, I'm under surveillance every second of every day. I mean, even now,
we all are.
I've got planes flying over, man.
Yeah, but we're under
a while back, Lonnie. A while back, I was in real contact with Phil, real strong contact with Phil, and I felt like, between the two of us, we were attracting a certain element that was watching us, observing us, even trying to affect us.
He told me.
So,
and he told me how
you say that you're a targeted individual, it might be that you've found some information or been talking with him about something. I don't know, it seems odd to me that he's been taken out for this long. Where is he? What's going on?
That's how him and I came in. That's how it was over me being targeted. And a mutual friend that I grew up with introduced me and Phil. And, you know, I give credit if I hadn't went and seen Phil, that I wouldn't be here right now.
Well, the other way I look at it too is that of all the people that have broken the Bible down in front of me, Phil has broken more things out of hiding than anyone I know.
Right.
When you've got that kind of ability to break down scripture and show even evil in amongst what was thought to be good, then there's something going on, and whoever is going to say, well, shit, we don't need this man anymore. This man's he's taken us out of our area of expertise, our place that we want everybody to be. We can't have this man. He's
right.
He's stirring the pot, and we can't have it.
Right.
And so that, to me, I feel like any of us, we're all under surveillance. You know that as soon as you look at your phone, got a camera there facing, looking at you.
Yeah,
We
that's
got
what they're for.
we got cameras on every street corner. The day they start putting them out in the country, onto bloody corners in the country and out on first people's bloody driveway to spot when you're coming in and out of your bloody property. I don't think they need that at the moment because everybody's got a bloody phone and they fucking got the bastard on as soon as they drive out their frigging gate. They know. They can tell you where you've been for the day, where you drove to, all the places you stopped at, right?
One can never have too many cameras.
As soon as
we're being observed every fucking second of the day.
Yeah, as soon as people open their eyes, the first thing they do is grab their phone.
Dang it, yeah, I did this morning. That's what I did this morning. I fucking looked at my phone. I had to turn the data on because I turned the data off
I'm
at
going to
night.
send you that video that I sent to Charles. After we get done on here, I'm going to send you that video, Dean.
Okay. Well, it's no good sending anything to Maureen's side because she doesn't look at it enough, and I'm not even gonna get it because I woke up in the morning. The first place I go is Telegram to get messages from other people who are keeping in contact with me, and then I come to YouTube.
Right.
And so that's how I roll in the mornings.
With reception. Yeah, I do the same. I usually check on YouTube.
Emails,
to see if Charles
emails.
went live yet? Because this is usually my.
Yep. Yeah, I get an email to say when Chuck's gone live, and it comes up in my notifications. And sometimes he sends me links through Telegram. So I get 3 different sources to say that he's gone live.
Right.
That's the same for London, man. I do the same with him.
I was listening to you the other day on Ian's stream.
The chat totally died.
And I thought it was live, and it was a throwback.
It's a throwback, yeah, I know. Fucking hell.
The chat has been dead for longer than 35
Yeah, really weird.
Wow.
Is Chuck with us still then? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
still here.
Oh, yeah, cool. I thought you said
I think
the
he's
thing is
preoccupied.
finished.
No, I was gonna finish, but the stream started.
Chuck been on 5 hours.
You're a legend, bro. You're a legend.
You're cutting out, bro.
Oh. Right.
You see, the thing is that I mean, because I know we're looking at a screen. That screen, I mean, we're told it's got a little camera at the top, and you can usually see that. And you've got a camera on the back of the phone. So even if you don't cover that one up, they're going to see you sitting in your bloody living room or in the kitchen or on the bog or whatever, right? And so it doesn't matter. I mean, you got to. The only one you're covering up is the one that faces forward to you, so you're not getting your face bloody splattered all over the place. But who's to say that every little pixel that makes up a screen hasn't got a camera in it? You wouldn't have a bloody clue about that, you know.
Well,
true.
That is how That is how let's work.
Exactly, boy. That's what I wanted to get at. Yep.
Yeah.
So we can cover the cameras up and all that, but really, are we just kidding ourselves? You know, there's a lot of that going on, I think. But anyway, maybe the camera just covering the camera up just stops it from being visual as far as these sort of panels go, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's another level of hacking. Yeah, it's another another level of cracking. But then again, the way that Monty Graf describes it, like here's the camera, there's there's 3 cameras hidden in your screen. It might work like that, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like that, working like that.
Yes.
I mean, it might just be the whole fucking screen being a camera.
Exactly, boy.
That actually is possible. Okay.
I know. I've been thinking about it. You know, funny.
No, that is possible. I mean, if you know the technology, I haven't been, but the technology, that is the technology. You know.
Yeah.
And the same goes for a microphone and a loudspeaker. So it's the same thing.
Yep. And I would know that if I was to go and wanted to collect information, I'd be setting up lots of other tools and avenues to do that. Not only would I be looking myself, of course, but if I was a computer, I could set into motion a whole lot of bots that could take care of that business for me, which I feel is exactly what's happening anyway, right? That there are just endless amounts of bots, and that now each one of us has our endless supply of bots, and they're all reading the different characteristics that we portray, not only in our visionary, but in our verbal and in our body language.
And even beyond our body language, also
and beyond. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, also in our biofield.
Yes,
Right,
our biofield. Yes.
That's how they call it in in cyber, in Siberia. So to say.
Cyber language. Yeah.
Cyber language, the biofield, our aura. You know, the way that they have deciphered or encoded the aura into data. Yeah, that's also a thing. Yeah.
Well, they could even get an infrared frequency of what you look like.
Yeah.
And then not only that, they could give out your heart readings, your parts of your biological shift, the way your skin moves, all sorts of things. You know, your kidney, your heart, your lungs. All these things can be read by your phone. You've got little devices. They got apps that you can get, and you can put that in your phone, and it'll tell you how fast you ran, what your heart rate was, what it just tells you so much information.
Yeah.
Well, if they can do that with an app that you can read, they've probably got apps in your phone that are already reading like that anyway, right?
And they do. And imagine the combination of all those factors and the combination of all the data being harvested worldwide for years and now being combined. I mean, you can really know a lot, through that.
Well, to me, I was going to bring this conversation now around to astrology, boy, because if you're reading people in that vein, in that way, and you've had this technology, say, in another reset back then, You could have even made up a whole astrological chart built on that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, where does all our information come from? It's all collected anyway. Astrology is just a collection of information. That's all it is.
Yeah, and a denotation of patterns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This place is really well mapped out long before we arrived. Long
Yeah.
before we arrived.
And the way I look at this is not, I think that humans, or like the progenitors that are talked about in the Bible, or in the myths and the legends, the fairy tales, the Mahabharata, or the Norse mythology. I don't think that those were humans as the way we think about humans. I think those were the generators, the progenitors of our race. I think they lived in a greater. I think they lived in a greater realm. And as much as they were shrunken, as they were shrunk, and
Yes.
I mean, and we see the titans lying down, and we see the big animals being petrified in this realm.
Yes.
We were also, and so I think the realm was way bigger, way back then, but it isn't anymore.
So do I, boy.
And so this is also part of the punishment. You're not
They've
that
constricted. They've constricted us and stricted us, and they just.
Yeah.
Well, I think I can see that in the future time that we're going to have smart cities, and that's all they'll ever know is that one little tiny space. They'll never know that there was a greater world like what we're living in, right?
They'll tell people, once that digital money and smart city hits, it's the ultimate slave system. And people are falling for it like, I don't know. If they said to get a chip into your fucking asshole, people do it.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna need a camera in your toilet, to see what you're actually defecating into the toilet, what you're actually what you're actually contributing to the whole system before you flush it down. Is it solid? Is it actually solid stuff?
You're so funny.
Or, does it? I mean, the camera alone is not enough. We also need to smell how it smells.
You need to smell your phone. Yeah, we need to smell your phone.
I don't want to smell it, but the computer needs to.
No, I know. I know, but fuck, it's true, boy. It's boy. Oh my golly.
They'll start arresting you for digesting. How dare you eat vegetables?
How dare you eat that good stuff for you?
Did you hear? Who heard of the crazy story about Crisco oil? That stuff used to be sold for lamps, and then electricity came into play, which we know is older than they say. And the Crisco guy went from oil lamps to selling it to fry food, and they knew it was toxic, but it was bringing in so much money that they swept it under the rug as usual.
Of course, anything that generates money is a resource.
Right.
Mm.
As long as it ain't killing them and bringing in millions, they don't care. We'll sell it to you. How dare any of us sell drugs, but the pharmacy can? And they If the government does it, it's okay. But if we do it, it's illegal. Fuck the government.
Fuck the government, exactly, Chuck.
How dare you sell weed? You know how many times I got arrested for marijuana?
I agree.
And now,
How dare you try to challenge me? How dare you not want to live like I'm trying to show you how to live?
How dare you not praise Jesus or Muhammad? Or any.
Yep.
They'll call you a witch and burn you if everyone will believe it.
Yep, and they'll even convince your own family afterwards that you were a heretic.
It's for your own good. It's for your own good.
Well, my answer to that is like, okay, so you guys seen this like latest volcano outbursts and everything? That's because they have to create extra space in hell, because we found so many more bastards living on our plane, and they really need to get down there. So that's why they're just cleaning up some room, making some new how do you say, floors, some new departments in hell, because apparently there needs to be new departments in hell because there's even more evil people that we recognize and that need to be sent down to somewhere. Don't ever want to see them again. Don't ever want to hear of their reasoning, which is mainly a lack of reasoning. And I'm just sick of them. They make everything sick too. It's not only
Well,
yeah. Sorry.
Well, you heard about the underground tunnels? This guy that was I think he was in the military, and they were tracking down people who were trafficking people, and he said the tunnels are so vast underground, they go for miles and miles and miles, that it's even hard to find the people because they got hidden rooms that are buried behind walls. And the only way you can find them is if you dig into the wall and find the door.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only imagine these tunnels. That's people. We don't need to look above ground. We need to start looking underground. How are they getting all that cocaine in the country? Tons of it, undetected. Oh, I know. Underground.
Underground.
That Mexican's name that dug those tunnels out of the prison. Chapo, the #1 tunnel digger. That's why they call me Chuck Chapo. That's my new name, Chuck Chapo.
Chupo Chapo.
Mic check.
That's cool. I like that, Chuck.
All right, people. 5.
Mic check.
Mic check. Check the mic.
I can hear you, Mike. Chuck. I can hear you, Lolly.
Yeah, Lonnie, we can hear you. I wonder if they got underground tunnels in my city. I wouldn't know where to start to look.
They got them in every city, Chuck. Every damn city. New Zealand over here. They're digging out bloody footings for new buildings, and they're coming across tunnels with bloody mosaic bloody wall walls on them and floors. Who the hell? Mosaics. I mean, when did New Zealand ever bloody build anything with mosaics? Never.
Huh. Interesting.
5 hours, 55 minutes in.
Nice.
Nice. Hey guys, I'm gonna bounce. I've been enjoying this this stream once again, and I will hope to see you on the next one.
Yeah.
Enjoy your company. I'd really enjoy your company, boy.
Yes, same
Yeah,
here.
thank you, boy.
Ciao.
Have a good nighttime over there.
Have a good night, bro. Yeah. See you soon.
Lonnie, you alive? Maybe Phil disappeared in one of them tunnels. Huh.
Oh man, I don't know what's going on there.
Well, Lonnie wrote in the back chat earlier, but you didn't get to see it.
Okay. Well, maybe he can put it in my Telegram in our Telegram. That'd be good.
I tried to look him up, like I said, and isn't just like we did before, Dean. Last time this happened, we knew what happened. We were like, I have a bad feeling.
Yeah, no, we did.
Whoa, slippery. And these people don't know how to do sidewalks. The city. This is how the city does sidewalks. Look at this. I should fall. I should slip because I'm falling everywhere. I should slip and break my shoulder.
And then get the government to look after it for you.
Yeah. I'll sue them and then I'll have to pay somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always going to come back on you. They haven't made this system that it all comes back on them. No, it comes back on us.
They sell you poison and then they say, "Oh, it's your fault. You bought it." Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
Look into that Crisco oil. It'll blow your mind.
Where's crystal oil? So yeah, I'm going to. That's bloody that intrigued me. Yeah. Send me some links about that.
You get a chance later today. Look at that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
gonna.
Lonnie, I will.
As soon as I get off of here, I'm gonna check it out.
Okay, guys. Oh well, look, I suppose the best way to let everybody go is to bounce myself. I've got to get out of bed. Basically, I'm out of bed, but I've got to get up and get dressed. Still got me bloody night clothes on. Yeah. But thanks very much for dropping the link, Chuck, and great to be up here talking with everyone. It's bloody. Every day we have a discussion. Every day we open up new thoughts in our brains and our minds, and I think that's important. That's what we've got to keep doing, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, later, guys. Much love to everyone. Peace to the chat. Big ups, whoop whoop, to everyone. Take care.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off in a minute too.
Laters.
Peace. What was that, Lonnie?
But I'm gonna bounce as well, man, and get back with me and let me know what you think of that.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off too. It's 6 hours on the dot. peace to everyone.
Move you right now.
And thanks for the great build. Huh?
Send you that video.
All right.
Everybody in the back chat, thanks, man, for.
Yeah, peace to everyone.
Have a good day.
You too, bro. And peace to everyone in the chat. Thanks for the build. And I'll see y'all next time. I'm out of here. Peace.